Yeah, that's better. That's pretty cool. Uh, what else do I want to do? Probably want to change. Damn, is it just? Damn, I literally have this. Oh no, Tyga streams way more than me. It's just funny. It's like, damn, every time I'm streaming, Tyga's streaming. It feels like. I'm not saying I'd rather be watching Tyga than streaming right now. I was actually hanging out with my friends while I was late. Well, with a lot of my polycule and a really close friend. Uh, Sometimes having such a good time, you don't want to go to work. I guess. If this is work, I don't know if this counts as work. You know, if we weren't a streamer, we wouldn't have to pay taxes because we're dependent on a partner because we're so fucking disabled. If we weren't self-employed as a streamer, uh, and we made less than $400 a year, we wouldn't have to pay taxes. We paid taxes recently. I'm kind of, I'm kind of, I'm kind of salty. I'm actually really salty because I'm also salty because what was it, like RFK Jr. was all like, "Oh yeah, these autistic kids, they'll never go on dates, they'll never pay taxes, they'll never swing a baseball bat, they'll never write poetry," and it's like, man, I've done all those things. Fuck you. This is a very not prepared stream. I'm exhausted, y'all, but I still want to be here. I'm probably gonna draw something first. I should just write in my own chat so I can see if chat comes up on screen. Because I'm not usually in the cockpit anymore. We don't use the cockpit very much since we drew the fucking bedroom. Filled with happiness and sadness. Yeah, we gotta chat up. Ah, I cracked my own knuckles on accident. Actually, I should probably do like a. Oh, just want a new one. Purple. I'm gonna be selfish and draw myself, but self-indulgent art. Saw this and was thinking about it. I guess I could just use myself as a reference. It's not that hard. Not that you can fucking read that. Now that I think about it. What if I added it as a source? Ugh. My windows are so big. Honestly, it's probably because I use a fucking TV as a monitor and we have such different monitor sizes that we always have that problem. It's like when we open a window in OBS, it's always like way bigger. It's like it takes up both screens. We're still a two-screen Andy, unfortunately. Damn, Twitch lingo is fucking infiltrating my brain. Really like a flesh streamer sort of lingo. I think I started hearing like I don't know which big streamer it was. We don't usually watch big streamers that much. Like sometimes we hear people talk about them or like mention them, and we understand the context of a lot of them, but like we really don't watch that many. And we really should watch more. Maybe not like big ones, but like there's some people we rate that are really good. I haven't seen a Willow stream in a while. I'm just talking. I'm just thinking. It's the vibe right now. I had a really overstimulating week. So I'm doing my best. Ugh, I meet myself where I'm at. I have so many useless things on my desktop. So many indulgent things. Oh my god, that will also be great. Um, but I guess I'm in the mood of thinking like no one's really watching me right now, right? I mean, I know eventually regulars will come in, right? But like we usually have the front bumper or whatever, and like when we stream and it's not like, you know, how we build up like our schedule and stuff, like we try to like have it separate. I'm leaning into the fact that this is a more laid back scenario. I think. I think that's what I'm doing. Um, trying to show you all the picture that I'm technically using as a reference, but honestly, it's really just a text. But I wanted to show it for a second. There we go. This is the inspiration. Creates an online presence to post with complete separation from real self. The expression becomes more genuine from the real self, eliminating the distinction by creating a sense of identity, a new sense of identity altogether. That's what originally like our Fluff by account was for before we became a streamer, actually. Maybe not a total separation, but basically. And we felt less safe. We felt less safe with ourselves. with being like on like mainstream internet, I guess you could say. It's weird to think that making a baby fur Twitter was hiding on the internet in a way, because we just like we felt like there were a lot of people keeping track of us on Facebook that we did not want and that would get mad at us if we blocked them. People like transphobic family members. I mean, then eventually, after like moving away, after like the blow up with our past partners and all the like toxicity and social death, it was just like, yeah, why would I use Facebook? They use Facebook, and we have the same and we had the same circle of friends, and no one technically unfriended me. So it was just like, maybe I should just exist on different websites in a different context. And since those past partners were not a big fan of baby furs because of me, you see, we were like, well, if I'm just on baby fur Twitter, like I would probably won't cross with them too much, and we also made them resent like a lot of like bread tubers because we would play them so much and kind of doom scroll about it, about like like oh my god, we've been such a big fan of Thought Slime, from Thought Slime's video about Am I Valid, and we were all like watching every one of their videos like day of, and it would they our partners would come home from work and we'd be like, have you heard about this, and da 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 da, and even just passively watching it became a thing where it was like, this is stressful. We had a partner eventually be like, if I'm in the bedroom with you, you cannot have Thought Slime playing. It stresses me out. um and I think that there's a lot of people's content that's becoming increasingly like distressing for people. I hear a lot of people talking in the same way about like, say, like Stephanie Sterling, and it's just like bad news after bad news. And we now live in bad news everywhere you look, every step you take. So I feel like I've built up a expectation for that a little bit, but I think I'm way more regulated now. I certainly don't doom scroll with YouTube videos. I definitely uh, try not to overly saturate myself and do splash damage to people around me. I try my best, but also it helps that I have my own bedroom. When you have to share a small space, or you are sharing a smaller space with people, and you are going through something, it can definitely radiate outward. And I definitely don't think that people should isolate when they're not feeling well emotionally, but I do think that it's nice to have your own space and have like a separation and be able to like, we're extroverted. We're extroverted, but we also appreciate time that is more insular. And then also there's like the different layer where it's like, what's happening right now is technically a social activity, technically, kinda, sorta, I don't know. You can talk to me in real time, pretty much. I don't know. I'm feeling all of my history just piling on me right now. Maybe it's the music. Yeah, yeah. Facebook became a thing where it was like the ideal of like the panopticon. I mean, like I can see my mutual friends on like Discord or on Steam, but it doesn't feel as invasive. And it's like the nexus, or the intersections between like your employment and your social circles, and like for example, just generally, if you're openly queer on Facebook and a lot of queer groups, people immediately know you're queer. And if a job sees that and they have like your job application, they can just pre-select not to select you, and they're not gonna get in trouble. That's one such problem. It was just like expected that you have Facebook. I feel similarly with Instagram, and I don't want an Instagram. I meet a lot of people in flesh space, and we're trying to have a separation still in flesh space, because I mean most VTubers do. Most VTubers don't tell normies in the world randomly that they're a VTuber. Um, shit, we've technically, not technically, we've been a YouTuber for like, oh my god, how long have we been a YouTuber? Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Um, We have a previous channel that we've talked about in whispers and mentions, which we will never share because it will be a dox. But we were a YouTuber before we were a VTuber. Well, actually, we were a streamer before we were a VTuber, but we've never been a flesh tuber. There was a time where we didn't have models and we weren't into the VTuber culture exactly. Actually, mentioning Taiga is part of the reason, like, actually loops back into that because Taiga was like, I guess Taiga still is my Oshi. I can't say she's not. That will be a lie. Cards on the table. But like, we were a YouTuber for like 5 years before we started like being a streamer and baby for everything. I guess in the same way that Daxback was like a rapper and then was like, nah, I'm gonna be a baby for like Daxback was a VTuber. I'll say that. I mean, Daxback was literally a VTuber too, but like, I don't remember the timeline exactly where it was like music, VTubing, but like even if just only the music videos existed and they didn't do streams on Twitch or whatever, I would still say that Daxback was a VTuber. And I say it was in past tense because they seem to have scrubbed their existence from the internet, which I find very sad. I'm just everywhere today, huh? I still haven't even fucking started drawing. But I'm still thinking about that post. This post. You know? Because, like, a lot of people say that your real self isn't yourself on the internet. A lot of people say you're, you know, hiding and stuff. There's a YouTuber that we've fallen into his content and like been a often peruser of his content, and I didn't actually see him as like a video essayist until recently because he did like a big video essay on the history of Etsbots. Quite. And Quite has this thing. I think he also has a VTuber model. So calling Quite a VTuber would not be wrong, but he's also technically a flesh tuber. He wears a hoodie and like a face mask and sunglasses. There's an anomalizing effect, and someone can similarly say, as someone might say to me, you're hiding behind an avatar. Although I would say with Quite, someone might say, you're hiding behind a thing that makes you look like the Unabomber. Is that on purpose? But he had like there was like a whole cancellation thing that happened. Someone said that he was like abusive and transphobic, and he made a video responding to it, debunking all the claims, which was actually his first video that I ever saw. Not any of his like funny meme content, but that, and I was just like, oh wow. You know, and having already had experienced my Oshi drag through the mud in such a deplorable way, and recognizing that was done for bad faith reasons, and a lot of it was fabricated, was like a thing, and how taking call-outs at face value is dangerous sometimes. Though you should believe victims, like it's important to like have nuance. And so I'm going everywhere. Yeah, so that's how we got into Quite, and like it was interesting seeing someone from a position of like trying to prove their own innocence, but because he had the characterization that he has, it's like his brand. Like you can get a Quite hoodie. It's like the sunglasses and the mask and the hoodie. It's like it's a thing. It's like a whole look, right? Even his VTuber model looks like that, I'm pretty sure. And I thought it was interesting that when he was responding to the criticisms, and the call out and stuff, like it's like an hour, 2 hour long video. He took everything off. He face revealed himself. He essentially doxed himself. And I saw a lot of people in the comments of the video being like, "Oh, look at him like putting it all on the table." People are congratulating him for showing his face, and particularly, I remember there was one comment that struck a chord with me because it was like, "Oh, I see that you took all that you showed us what you really look like. I now believe you. This seems authentic because you're showing your face. Thank you for taking this seriously." And it was just like, does he owe everyone that? Do you owe doxing yourself to prove yourself? I don't know. Although I think in a general sense, even without having like a being a contentious creator or a creator who has had like had an a potential social death, even if you are someone who generally is seen as like a wholesome person who has done no wrong, you know, like Neil Gaiman a year ago, you know, there is like some amount of there is some amount of respect, it seems, that people who show their face as a public figure, that I definitely feel a chip on my shoulder about as someone who doesn't. But I mean, like, as much as there's like that potential for someone to like, you know, make a whole new account and like scuttle everything and try to make a new life, which people have done online, we feel like if we did that to the fluff by entertainment system ever, if we ever felt we needed to do that, that would be such an enormous social death that like anything else would be so we'd be so disrupted, you know? How do I put this? Like, if we had to stop existing as fluff by on the internet, we'd have to make a whole new account, but like we'd be immediately flagged as a system with a bunch of headmates fitting our personality descriptions because we put so much of ourselves into how we exist online that like the line is so blurred. And then there's, you know, like the furry stuff and the VTuber stuff, the OC-ness of it, the tulpamancy of some of it, the internet fucking weird dystopic branding that exists, especially as a public figure, that like if we tried to recreate this, it would take so much work, and I think that it would be super easy to tell. So we would have to stifle that or shuffle the headmates and only let people who hadn't streamed do stuff. We'd have to get into voice training in our we'd have to intensify our voice training and start to intentionally use a different voice, different voices. We'd have to make new VTuber models. We'd probably have to like make some fucking janky V-roids. Like, it is not like having our existence be as anonymous as it is still within a pocket of our context that is not anonymous, that is so glued to our existence. It's hyper real. So thinking about that philosophical meme again, just like, wow. It's so funny that there are people who think that like so many people are playing pretend, but it's more than that. It's like I said, it's hyper real. I should draw or something. Huh, I didn't know he had accusation against him. Oh shit. This is a while ago. This is probably like 2 years ago. Um, I have I have a habit of uh finding a lot of art from creators who have accusations out against them. I would say the general internet consensus is, that he proved his innocence. Like, he got receipts for certain things. I'm pretty sure the video is still up on his page if you want to see it. I'm not trying to like flame drama or anything. I wanted to. I'm talking candidly, but uh, I think I have a lot more charity for a lot of people because I have been social deathed. And also because there was a point where I was literally Googling and looking on YouTube for any advice or videos or any sort of support or help for someone who thinks or believes themselves to be an abuser or abusive and wants to stop being that way. There was no resources for self betterment in that along that trajectory. Um, some stuff existed, but it was very much fringe. A lot of times it was like white male Christians with a family and just a drinking problem. Um, if you do wrong, you don't have a lot of space, especially in the sense of like restorative justice as opposed to retributive justice. Like, we don't have it culturally. We don't have it. What's it called? Like systemically, right? The prison industrial complex is as it is basically just Katamari Damacy right now. Fuck, that's fucked up. I have a friend that recently was watching a stream with us and reacted very disapprovingly to people finding out about like stuff with that prison in El Salvador, and maybe people being mass graved, right? And someone in chat was looking at the stream. It was Dead Domain stream, actually. I'm just name dropping creators left and right now. I exist in the context, and there's a lot of creators that I watch and pay attention to. I don't know. I noticed that like I have a similar algorithm to some of my community, but like I remember there was someone in chat for that stream that was like, "Damn, that's like Squid Games," and my friend was just like, "That's so fucked up that that's your reference point for like incredible cruelty and like bodies dropping." And I'm just sitting here like, I don't know. I my it intersects everything for me intersects with stories too. And I have seen Squid Game season 2, and and even in season 1 they do literally kill, I mean in the story, like hundreds of people, and they don't get respected in death either. Their bodies aren't returned to their families. um it's very cruel, and that's the point. And Squid Games is actually a what do you call it, like a commentary on society and capitalism and incredible cruelty. And so from one perspective I can be like, yeah, it is kind of fucked up that they didn't say, oh, this isn't like the Holocaust. But at the same time it's like, at least they have a reference point. Yeah, I really am fried today. We didn't have a topic today. I'm just firing from the hip. I'm just trying to be. But it's because I'm still in the vibe that I was when hanging out with my with the homies today. So that's why I can't shake my particular candidness. Fastest hand in the West. Yeah, shit's very fucked. Yeah, I also was reminded that like I'm more in my element online than I am in flesh space, and I want to be more. What's the word? Let's just say effective. I want to be more effective in flesh space. I want to like. I mean, I'm slowly being less hikikomori, but it's still my default in a lot of ways. Um, but still, um, I have my limitations, and oh my gosh, I got so fucking overstimulated last night going out that it was just like, oh my god, I just want to be home so bad. And I got home and I could just only lay there and like watch YouTube videos and fall asleep. It was messed up. It wasn't. I mean, I just needed to recharge, but still. And it's hotter now, and I'm drying out. And just my body's dysregulated as fuck, chat. I just gotta say. Well, it's nice to see you, Glacy. And Jen, you're welcome to jump on here if you want. I don't know if you're still hanging out in the VC. If you want to, that is. Not that you gotta. Wow. I feel like I got a lot of phlegm in my throat. He being aware of my body sometimes, not gonna lie. I don't know. I touch grass, chat. I promise. I touch grass, but like... I still like being here. A lot. Gosh, if we want to talk about everything that's been on my mind... Shit. Galgura's graduating, right? Not technically my Oshi, but sorta, kinda. But I've always enjoyed her from a distance, kind of. Honestly, like, big corporate VTubers, honestly, are people that I don't tend to give that much attention to, because it feels like, you know, well... I'm gonna sound really fucking, weeby chat, but, you know, they're kind of gods among gods. In the space. And lots of things happen, don't get me wrong. But it takes me a lot of effort to, like, keep abreast of them, as opposed to keeping up with just the indies that I love, and you know, also, like, connect with and network with. And of course, it's different because I'm more like, because I am a VTuber myself, so it's like, I know how the sausage is made. it's harder for me to be so mystified. Though, you know, I still can get impressed for sure. I try not to get starstruck anymore though. But mainstream VTuber culture is like idols, you know? So, and I am not an idol. Hasn't stopped me from inspiring people though, I think. I've been told. There's a non 0% chance that I have made at least one or two people want to VTube or make a video essay. Not exactly a speed paint, but I definitely don't want to be here all day with this. But, you know, I can be a little particular about my hair. I've come a long way. Drawing good. You know I still don't have a fucking canon outfit. I have a canon alternate outfit. I guess right now this is my canon outfit because this is like what I stream with. I want to make a distinction. I mean, obviously, if I really want to, I can wear short alls. Short alls are great. But, you know, that was like part of Drizzle's look specifically, and I wanted to distinguish myself a little bit. What's the weather like where you are, chat? Is it warm where you are? Are you dying? I gotta run, but it's cool to catch a little bit of stream. Okay, see ya. I mean, I inherited parts of Drizzle, but so did Thorn. And I mean, I guess the suspenders are pretty close. And Thorn distinguished themselves differently than me. I don't know if it's more obvious how much more different they are than me. But they certainly had a head start. Hey, I should rename these. braid. Hair. Head. There we go. Body? Question mark? Shirt. I should experiment with more outfits though. I have a... what is it? Some references. I have some clothes rafts. What about this one? Fairy Wish. I think I'll do this shirt. Upgrade from Tyke to Steve Urkel. It's 70 where I'm at now. Yeah, it's supposed to be like sort of warm where I am. I'm actually not sweating at all, which might be... maybe I should be sweating? I gotta drink more water. Damn. Steve Urkel had good swag. Not too bad. I should change this from a shirt to a collar. 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 Can you spell collar? I just spell it for you. But I do need a position. Buttons. Buttos. I spelled buttos. That's okay, they're just buttos. Just little buttos. Love my little buttos. Fuck saying a word till it has no meaning. Make a word that has no meaning so you can say it over and over. Teach a fate to fish and all that. So many buttos. I haven't chosen the bottoms yet. That's a petticoat? There's some high socks. Flower garden skirt, floral print, delicate straps, braids, oil blossoms, dainty ruffles make up the skirt's most striking features. The light is air hem is all lace. Match the skirt with coordinating cami for a warm weather dress. Oh yeah, that's true. Even if you're frazzled, did you? We could at least have a highlight. Um, hmm. Highlight awake. Uh, yapping to my friend after she came home from being away for some family business for like 2 weeks, talking about art and stuff. That was pretty great. Damn, that sounded really negative. I mean, I guess that's the context of the stream in a little bit of a way. Skirt ruffles. Also, it's good getting some post on our subscribe star since we kind of had not done that in a while. We've been really discouraged from doing as much as we really should be doing with content and stuff, especially since we've been drawing more and doing commissions a little bit. So it's nice to make progress with that and starting to build up like some sort of portfolio again, I guess. A lot of positivity in our week was also just because of like relief. Like finishing our tasks was just like, because we put at the we waited to the last minute, unfortunately, and it was just so stressful. Okay. We went to a concert recently, and there was uh so many like awesomely dressed like alternative people there. There was someone who had like a gothic Lolita outfit. Um, and we've been collecting some amount of what could be described in under that, or maybe even like a little bit of pastel Lolitas type stuff. But we still don't have a big enough collection of where that sort of stuff like often as often as we would like, I guess. But we're working on it. We actually like complimented her and was talking to her at one point. Oh, somehow this changed to saying shirt. Oh no, it didn't change to saying shirt. It is literally I drew I've been drawing the dress on the shirt line. Well, it happens. Shirt and skirt. I am a dummy. Alright. Well, I guess I don't have to worry about drawing legs. For the most part. Oh, I guess I can do this on the ruffle layer too. Let's see. Or I guess falls a little bit differently. How does that? Okay. Whoa. Look how that bends. Bend, 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 bend. Let's see. It's really interesting when you choose instead of to do a detail exactly in the way it's presented in your ref, you kind of suggest that detail. I feel like I'm doing fondant and icing on a cake. I've not been saving. There we go. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. It's all coming together. I was actually going a different look than I was exactly going for. But I like what I'm doing here. Wow. This is probably the way the stream is going right now. Probably been better at night right now because I feel like I'm probably putting everyone to sleep. But here we are. Warming up. I was doing it too uniform. I didn't even think about that. Meh. Did the wrong layer again, but it's okay. Seems to be okay. Eh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Big Sis is off at work. That's cool. Oh, hey, Specky. That's going alright. Doing some drawing. I'm starting in a very chill mode for stream. Yeah, we've only been doing this for an hour. I don't feel too bad. How's it going for you, Specky? How was your week? Doing okay. Had a bad mental health day yesterday, but I'm taking today off. I'm happy for you. That's good. I'm glad you're able to do that. Been grinding Super Mario Pokemon mod. This sounds pretty cool. So you like capture like members of the Mushroom Kingdom, like Mario and Luigi and like Toad and shit? Is that what I'm understanding? I say I'm in a weird niche shit. I got nothing on you sometimes. Oh shit. I forgot that I'm gonna need my color references. This is fine. Open with... Go. See, what do I want right now? I want to color the tail. Tail color. Can't believe I'm doing the face last, but face will be a lot easier than everything else. If anything, it's the icing on the cake. Luckily, I can just skip the details for over there, because I'll get blacked off anyway. Wow, it's so much easier to draw myself when I'm drawing myself with clothes on. Well, I'm not making a bunch of alts with my clothes off. You tail belly loser. Is there any reason why drawing isn't the main focus? I don't know. I guess no reason. I want it to be in the cockpit, I guess. I was also sitting here talking for a while before I actually started drawing. I guess it's also kind of a vibes thing. Valid question, though. As you can see, I wasn't even sure. Today's stream is just a little bit on the weird side, I guess. I'm just EV training right now, or at least that's what I think it is. Oh god, EV training? Gosh. That takes me back, honestly. EV training always felt like such a chore. I mean, better than hunting for shinies, but still. Good memories, I guess. For the most part. Or more thinking about what I was using Pokemon to escape from, really. I only had like Pokemon Ets to play. I was in the post game. I was just stuck in somebody else's house who thought video games would break their TV, so I couldn't hook up my console. At least I wasn't supposed to. I was just doing finding any trainers I hadn't killed already. Sorry, defeated. Doing the battle tower over and over again. Playing with my Pokemon. Doing some fashion stuff. Sometimes. Fluff competitive Pokemon player lore? Gosh. I wish I actually had been more into Pokemon at the time. Like in the competitive scene. I always wanted the post game to be more something. I'm always a little bit intimidated. Oh shit, I still have this on opacity like really low. I am not confident in what I'm doing right now, but I'm doing it anyway. I usually don't start from the fucking spiky things, but I do know how to do membrane wings. Everything is just made up of shapes, chat. Everything is just made up of shapes. Oh wait, I didn't draw myself with wings in this one. Ironically. I can just look at my PNG. My design actually is a lot similar to, in some ways, to the fucking gargoyle in Deadlock. Which I find really funny. Still not feeling super comp, comp, competent about these wings, but can't wait for the sequel day in the sequel day in for a day in the desert. As opposed to Night in the Woods. No, I don't think that's real. The team for Night in the Woods did have another game in the works, but it seemed like it was more like a spiritual successor in the same way like Ico and Child of the Colossus. You play as a cat feral. It was called like Goji, I think. I'm pretty sure it got canceled. Can't wait for the spiritual successor, Night in the Hood. Damn fake news. God damn it, why wasn't I just doing like that before? Tales from the Hood, but it's in the Night of the Woods style. That'd be pretty sick. God, actually, that would be a hella something to draw. Shit. The weird thing is, it's really hard for me to do monochrome sketches, or just like colorless. Maybe I should try to do like a manga or something, and just like a 4-panel. As like a study, maybe. I started doing the coloring in this order because I tend to like do the wings and tail last and groan. So I figure if I do them before the end, I won't groan at the last few things I'm doing. Like, I'll be so caught up in certain details that I'll forget that the tail and the wings go on, and I'll be like, shit, I still need to do that. Which is funny in a certain sense because it also makes me value art of humans in a different way, just because of the labor involved, I guess. I wonder if I'll finish this in under 2 hours. Stream hasn't really been going on that long. Bum bum bum. Edge color. Nope. Give me that. Give me that. I'm matching. The leaf. Recently learned the Marathon trilogy is completely free on Steam. It's been in the public eye since the Bungie announced the new reboot, reimagining, spinoff. I hear like the people who like Marathon would be kind of weird, might be kind of weird about this new Bungie version because it's the model in which it is. I'm I'm interested in Marathon a little bit because I do like Bungie, but I wasn't. I never got into Destiny too much. I tried it. I played it for a while, but it was. I really value the story and stuff, and not being able to start from the beginning really killed it for me. And then keeping up with expansions and stuff. I like buying a game once and maybe a DLC here and there. But I feel like it was asking for a lot. I'm not. I'm not necessarily a fan of extraction shooters. I haven't really played any at any length. I've been wanting to get into them or try them at least. I was gonna try Tarkov, but that feels like a waste now. Hunt Showdown might still be good. This might be interesting though. It sounds as though Bungie is gonna be in a really bad spot if Marathon doesn't go well. Whew. I feel so much better now that I've relieved myself. Tailmade. Yo ass is tailmade. I want to rotate. Weird. Seeing the error of my ways while I was doing the fucking layering for my colors. I was trying something new. I was making things easier till it wasn't, and then I had to delete part of the tail to fix it. Got my buttos. Damn, I'm hot as fuck, chat. Wow. I just need some photosynthesis. Opens up my blinds. Oh, I peed. Yeah, I guess relieved has two meanings, doesn't it? Yeah, Marathon is a PvPvE extraction. There was another extraction shooter that I was interested in, but it was like really premiumly priced, and I was kind of like, eh. I was hearing some less than stellar things about it once it launched. It was called like Ada Singularity. I was interested in it because of mechs, not because of it being an extraction shooter, but I was willing to try. But one of my friends who was gonna play it with me was like also being like, I don't know, and so neither of us got it. Maybe Marathon's gonna be probably around like $40. If it has the model that like Destiny had with like every like new season you have to buy it, though I guess a lot of games have battle passes, so it's not that different than a battle pass depending on the price point, I guess. I'm a little bit wary. The only live service that seems to stick to me is Warframe. And I don't feel very punished for not playing Warframe for long periods of time. But I am interested in playing the old Marathon. The Bungie devs, I watched the stream for the part of the stream for the showcase, talking about it and like showing some of the gameplay and trailers and stuff, and they were like, we're real big fans of the original Marathon. That's what they said. So I am curious on how the fan base for the original Marathon will respond. That's for sure. Wing thorns. Wing thorns. Wing thorns. Okay. Excuse me. I think my mood is starting to lighten a little bit though. Even though I'm still fucking congested as shit. My Sona is a little over-designed. Small, minute details. Really accumulate. The dragon fruit cyan is a lot to commit to, I guess you might say. Feels good. Oh my god, those are spikes from the tail poking through. And well, I guess that one's actually not doing any harm. Outfit colors. Seasonal allergies? Huh. Maybe? I think it's like the air. It's been sucking the moisture out of me. It is probably related to the changing of the seasons for sure, though. Oh shit. Fucked up a bit there. Decent recovery. Now that I'm coloring the clothes, I'm really close to being done. Oh, ha 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 ha. Shirts. Color. Oh, and this should be... clothes. Color. Or something like that. Oh, okay. And then the skirt. Hmm. Something like peach? I'm so happy the lasso exists. It used to take us so much longer to do stuff because we would have to color it all by scribbling it in. No pun intended. And depending on what I want to do, I might still do that sometimes. Especially if I want to generate a certain effect. But the lasso tool is super useful. think we want to cook more. We cook pretty often, but we haven't really experimented with any dishes ourselves lately. We've been mostly assisting with Big Sis doing her stuff. We hope to make some lemon syrup today. We've been watching that show, The Bear, and it's been making us want to, like, cook more cool shit. Cool shit we're unfamiliar with, I should say. The Bear is so good, though. We're in season 2. Oh, God. It's very compelling, I have to say. I do declare. Ooh. This one's gonna be hard. Yeah, The Bear is a show about a chef from Chicago went to like a really intense culinary art school and like has a bunch of trauma from it. Kind of like the movie Whiplash. It's like he experienced whiplash but with cooking. And his brother died of suicide and actually did run a restaurant in Chicago. But it was like a sort of like run down place, and it's like it was like a steak sandwich shop basically. And he and his culinary arts brother inherited it, and he's trying to like change the restaurant to be like more world class, and getting like sort of culture shocked by the people who are resisting that, but also like seeing that like his passion is like there, and he takes cooking seriously, and he has a lot to teach them. But also the place is in like mountains of debt that he owes the fucking mafia. It's great. In our own cooking, we tend to make a lot of like pasta type stuff. We really like making like stir fry ramen. Really good. It's kind of our normal. We used to make a ton of cookies, but we were really hurting ourselves with tummy aches from making like 3 trays of cookies, like 3 dozen cookies, and eating like half of them in one day. Actually, making this dress has been reminding me of like cake, which is also making me hungry. I'll probably have to go on a break soon. I thought you were gonna say the Great British Baking Show. Jesus. Yeah, it's a really intense show. It's on FX, so I think it's like kind of in that realm of like stuff like Pose or whatever. It's like really dramatic television. Also has like a dark humor been going for it a lot of the time. I kind of fucked up on the wings, but I did my best. This may be one of the first times I see something that I would find glaring that I would really want to fix that I am not gonna fix. I'm just gonna let it stay fucked up and not be a perfectionist for once. Because I don't want to spend all stream perfecting this, and off stream there's a lot of other shit I should be drawing. Including a commission out of someone. Because that's a thing now. I like how leaf-like they look. Thank you. Damn, did I forget some of the spike color? Is that where I'm at right now? Tail spike. Tail spike color? Wait, tail spike. What? Oh, I was looking at tail. Wing spike color is what I want. Wing moss. Wing veins. Is it further up here? Wings. Wing thorns. Wing thorns color. Yeah, it was just something I didn't fill in. Wing thorns color. Wow, can't believe I missed that. That one's not as glaring though. It only takes a little bit to fix. How I experiment with the layering actually is also affecting why I don't want to go back and do anything that would I don't want to do anything that would change the line work, I guess, is the thing. Let's see. I guess I'll start doing the bow colors. Oh no, the buttos. B-U-T-T-O-S. Buttos one. Color two. Wait, those color. Okay. Make them like. Alright. Alright, commissions are a thing. Yes. Collar, bow, buttos, bow. BOW colors. We must eliminate the BOWs. We must eliminate the BOWs. Damn. I really need to play every Resident Evil game on stream at some point. Yeah. Fantasy Regression YHC. It's gonna be so good. Those. We got so many games on our. We have so many games on our list to play in a rough order this year. So doing a Resident Evil marathon is not in the cards, unless we made it like a subathon. A Resident Evil subathon, that would be interesting. Wow, I haven't saved it in a while. Like as a marathon, which ones haven't you played on stream? I've mostly only played 2 and 3 and 4. I played the 4, was it Phantom Play 4 remake, I believe. I played, we played Resident Evil 7. No. We played Resident Evil 8. We've completed Resident Evil 8, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4 remake, Resident Evil 2 remake, and Resident Evil 3 remake on stream. Those are the only Resident Evils I think. Oh no, that's a lie. We have also played Resident Evil 1 remake on stream, but it was like so long ago at this point that we really would redo it. Honestly, we were thinking at some point that we would do like the old Resident Evils in order, like the mainline series, and then do the remakes. That could be an interesting thing. And honestly, playing the original set of games, like say one, like the PS1 versions of 1, 2, and 3, and the PS2 versions of Code Veronica and 4, and Resident Evil 5, and maybe just ending in 6, because 7 is kind of a soft reboot. Especially because it seems like the remakes are kind of trying to stitch together. Like, I don't know if it'll end up like this, but I have a thought that by the time the remakes catch up to where the current series is, it will like basically overwrite the 5 and 6 with a new canon that will connect to 7. And so 7 and 8 and 9 will connect directly to the remake series and not the original ones. That's what I think Capcom is doing. But I can't be sure. We used to play the mainline series every year, or I shouldn't say a mainline. Oh, I can still say the mainline series, but it'll be mixed because we've never actually played the PS1 version of Resident Evil 1. Remake 1 is our like starting point basically. That and 0. So like it would be like in October we will play 0 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, maybe 5. But we would definitely play like 0 through 4 every year. Capcom pulls a Naughty Dog and remakes 7 and 8, lol. That would be so fucking weird. I think they would do it better than Naughty Dog because Naughty Dog literally just does graphical retouches. They don't really do anything else substantial. Like honestly, I feel like the old Last of Us, the PS3 Last of Us, is fine as is. They didn't need to add any bells and whistles graphically, and that the general experience is basically the same. You can't say that with Resident Evil 1 and Resident Evil Remake 1. You can't say that with Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil Remake 2. Although Resident Evil Remake 3 does have some contention because of some of the content from the original that just was not covered that they cut. Like a whole area. A lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Don't know where it goes. It's only me and I walk alone. I walk, and it's him and I find me. I sound and walk away. Beside me. Color. I flash, I flash, I flash, I flash, I flash. Oh wait, that was dumb. Say iris. I only made the fucking iris and pupil white, which is not how that works. I can't tell you why I didn't do a fill in there. Just didn't feel right. Yeeth. DB teeth. Hmm. I like the sense of motion. Alright. Face gone. No face for me. Face eradicated. Face off. Oh, I haven't seen that movie in forever. Oh, actually, before I do that, I should do some more hair. What is this? 5? Yeah. There we go. No, no, no! I messed it up. Now I have to start over. I have to start the whole drawing over. Okay, I'm lying. I don't have to start the whole drawing over. I should save here, though. Save the game. I'll start from this side now. I've been pretty good at not messing that up. But just if I misalign the frame by picking it up, it's ruined. It's definitely easier time-wise to just start lassoing over than to fucking try to find a way to fit it exactly. It's like dancing with glass sheets on an ice rink with a pair of swans. The only title drop to rival: first we mine, then we craft. Let's Minecraft. Wait, is that did they say that in the actual fucking movie? Fucking Christ. Combo of pink and green in your hair makes you look like that one character from Demon Slayer. Which character from Demon Slayer? The main character? He's pretty cool. I have not finished Demon Slayer. God, I fell off of Demon Slayer so hard because one of my exes was really into it. And it was hard to watch again. I always see Totoro as a little trans boy because of that. It was my old partner's headcanon. But I think I can approach it again now. It was the same thing about My Hero Academia. Yeah, yeah. Actually, that makes a lot of sense because Totoro and Deku are both like teenage shotas. What I just said only makes sense to a certain subset of people. It's like a dog whistle. I'm sorry. Oh shit. Oh shit. I am just drawing on the hair right now, like a dummy. I guess the full explanation of that there is a crossover between there is a crossover between uh like, okay, so in the same way that from a trans femme experience, lolly characters can be very validating, say like a Bridget, um in that for one, a lot of trans femmes will not get like a big breast size, you know? And there was this one thing that was going around like the bust size chart, and like a lot of trans femmes will just be on the lower end of that in like the first two stages. Like, some people are forever in the itty bitty titty committee. Can't imagine what that's like. It says cheekily. But like, the opposite can be true in the sense of trans masculine people finding some validation with baby faced characters, or characters that look really young, and especially in like this anime sense, someone who is very capable at fighting but you know is very young or young looking. Elric is also a perfect example. He is a short king. And so with the type of party members I had at the time, this like it's very much a vibe. Also, just in general, HRT just is foy water to a degree. So there's also that. I know so many trans people look half their fucking age because of HRT. Looks like I'm getting ketchup all in my hair. Yeah, the EBT committee. I'm very familiar with them. Yeah, they have such good brochures. The love breathing user. Oh shit. Okay, that sounds cool as hell. I'm trying to remember. She has like a butterfly motif. Am I? If I'm not mistaken. Maybe I should actually put the pink on top. Which one was it? Was it this one? I don't think it was that brush. Maybe something in the middle. The character I identify most in Demon Slayer, from where I'm at, is the fucking the fucking coward who can only fight when he's asleep. Much scaredy cat. But I haven't seen like any of the movies or anything. I think I'm only seeing like season one. Like the most distinct memory I have, like in like almost as far as I was, I think, was when they met the fucking big bad who looks like Michael Jackson. That was cool. But that probably means I actually had like an episode or two left that I probably need to refresh myself on to even say I remember season one. But honestly, I could probably justify starting it over if I was in the mood to watch it right now. There's a lot of other anime I'm in the middle of. I still need to finish 12 Kingdoms. Do my hair differently every time. In this one, the white is actually like a lot of undercurrent. It's like the white is the least part of it. But it all depends on how we layer it, you know? Sometimes I do the hair coloring all on one layer, sometimes I don't. You don't seem to understand. And I thought you were an honest man. And I was thinking to hold so dear. And when there's laser in your ear. And when the sand will hurt you, and the man will say to my life, and in the side, I am falling, I am fading, I am falling, and to breathe. Oh, Yeah. Oh, I could probably turn my face back on, actually. Let's see. I probably want it to be orange as well. Coming in on the home stretch, chat. And then we'll be on more exciting pastures. And I always think drawing is going to be boring for other people to watch. Sorry, I always think my drawing is going to be boring for other people to watch. Almost misspoke there. God, my eyes are like fucking Neko arc, I swear. Neko arc looking ass. Thank you. I'll show it to everyone proper once I'm everybody proper once I'm considering it done. I forgot to put rat on my ear. Ear. Earring, ear veins. Ear. Rot. I didn't even use a pose ref. That was pretty challenging, but fine. Not quite done yet. The background color actually isn't bad. Maybe I should make it look like a student picture, though. If that's the case. Purple. No, green. Like a reddish color? Looks like a fucking GIF right now. It's like fucking SpaghettiOs. Oh, hey, how's it going, Fizzle? Okay, this is what it looks like. I need to add one more thing. Maybe two more things. One is a text. Let's say let's see. I think I'll go with something fancier. Is this an English text? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's cute as fuck. I don't know. I guess I know how to draw or something. I don't know. Don't know how that happened. Ah, shit. Actually, I did forget a detail, but I'll fix it after this. I don't know how big I should make the text. That's too big. That's too big, Chad. I can't take that. That one's too small. Yeah. Create. Yeah, this should be in white. Should be in white. Oh, I see. Creates an online P-R-E. Damn, dyslexia hitting me hard. P-R-E-S-E-N-C-E to post with complete separation. S-E-P-A-R S-E-P-A-R-A Ada T-I-O-N separation from real self. Oh my god. Motherfucker. Duplicate layer. And unbold. Oh. No, I guess I won't unbold. Where? Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Move here. Over here. And the expression becomes more genuine than the real self. Eliminating the distinction by creating a new sense of identity, all to get. this one? The white's on the bottom. So this one should become white. Huh? Oh. No, why at the bottom? Layer group. Group. And back. Back color. Alright, I guess maybe we'll do that in pink. Spray paint. Opacity. Alright. I have consumed the pizza. Hello, everyone. What kind of pizza did you consume? Wow. Too similar. Is this covering it? So it's covering it. What's up with that? Ah. Yeah, I should not do the airbrush. Here we go. There we go. That makes it a lot easier to read. Huh? Oh. Okay, there we go. I need to be able to get rid of that easily because you know, two versions. And here's my head, face, veins. Meat lovers today. Ooh, sounds tasty. Hmm. Should I do it over the blush? Or under the blush? Not sure. And there we go. I was thinking about maybe adding some shading. Make sure every baby is staying hydrated. Damn, I feel like the summer for me right now. Remember that being some light shading. Oh, shit. Should probably have that over that. Alright, cool. Okay. Drits. Also, the text. PNG. There we go. Copy. Sports. And now version without the text. No text. Alright, if I mess up anything on this, I want to change it, I gotta do it later. This shit is done. Forking it. No. That's a lie, I'm sorry. It's a lie. It's a lie, it's a lie! Did somehow erase some of my shading? I must have gone back at some point, because I had shading on the tail. Oh. No, advance. I may have accidentally went back to a previous version. Or something. Okay. Save. Sport. Replace. Sport. With text. Okay. Done lying. Scar changes. Well, the invisibility? Save. Hey yo! I got some sangria and cheesecake. Good job. You came here at the very end. And I fucked up again. Now I need to check them in the file folder just to make sure. Don't practice Santeria. I ain't got no crystal ball. I find $1 million and I'm something at all. I know in the central that she found. I will just redo these. Export as with text. And without text. Alright. Save. That's out of the goddamn program. Goddamn. Cool. Creates an online presence to postal in complete separation from self. The expression becomes more genuine than the real self, eliminating the distinction by creating a new sense of identity altogether. Damn, someone should clip that. I'm gonna put that in the Discord, and then I'll probably post it in the, on Blue Sky during my break. There we go. Totally forgot to put a bookmark on it. A watermark on it, but it's fine. Maybe I'll even make it an emote. Maybe I'll even make it an emote. So that was 3.5 hours of fucking drawing. Fucking Christ. My wrist is killing me. I know that... I want to take a break soon. Let me check the there are a couple of games that I put in my notes that I could play. But if I play something that'll take me a really long time, then I'll be kind of SOL. So actually, yeah, I am gonna go on break. I feel like it's sort of a letdown in terms of energy of stream because you're still gonna be listening to fucking tunes, and as opposed to occasional talking, there will be no talking for like 30 minutes. But then after that, I'm gonna game so hard I'll piss myself, as per usual. Um, there's a Tatsugiri visual novel that just came out called Pin Feather. I'll probably play that first, and then I'll do some other stuff. I was thinking of trying Balatro for the first time since I haven't played that. We'll see how that is. I don't know, because it's poker. I always am like, well, I really like Balatro. Will I feel put out? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Locked in dedication. Immense respect. Have a good BRB. Thank you. Let's see. P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P P. You know what's kind of funny? PP can mean penis, but also urine. Isn't that funny? It's probably not that funny. I just have a weird brain. Okay, let's. This was what I was looking at. This is what we were listening to. 3,000 cycles. I missed you. Extended. Signalis. I'm a Signalis. I'm a Signalis stan. What can I say? There you go. I'll be back. Be good.
was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me before I even knew her name. La la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Sapphire moonlight, we danced for hours in the sand, tequila sunrise. Her body fit right in my hands, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. I like it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me senorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave ya. It's true, la la la. Ooh, I should be running home. You keep me coming for ya.
It can be so hollow when the wall can get direct. You might become an exile, no grip of respect. There'll never be a girl like me and I'll still want more. Hypocrites in the hers, I can do better than the nurse. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become another exile, yet you grind for the respect. Never like a girl like me, and they still want more. Better than the better. I can do better. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than the nerds. I can do better. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. for my only cure to be open arms, wide open, wide open, wide open, wide open. Just because people expect you to have any boundaries doesn't mean you should listen to them. To protect yourself is to love yourself and to be able to say no.
Hello. I'm back on time-ish. Stretchies. Wow, I forgot where I put my phone. I just sat down and now I'm all discombobulated. But I had a good break. I ate, got toasty. The works. There it is. Let's change over to games and demos. Night games and Dennis. Games and demos. There we go. Alright, Chad, I promised you Toxic Yuri. I gotta pony up on the Toxic Yuri. I'm gonna play Pinfeather. 10 years ago, Rihanna discovered that February was a monster. It was the worst night of both their lives. Today, Rhiannon is a beautician who sees February in secret. They work to disguise Feb's abnormal features, but their meetings also let Rhiannon keep an eye on her, make sure Feb isn't able to repeat past mistakes. Under her watch, Feb will never get the chance to fuck things up for either of them ever again. Made during NaNoWriMo 2025. This is a horror game intended for an audience 18 and up. It contains content that may be upsetting for the reader. When did this come out? 16 days ago. Released. Can't wait for fucked up emotions. Excuse me. I had a good dinner, what can I say? I had a turkey burger with a hash brown on it on a toasted garlic chive bun with chipotle cheese. Preferences? This horror game is intended for audience 18 up. It contains content that may be upsetting for some readers. Personal discretion is advised. An Amatism production. Pinfeather. She's late. And that's fine. She's late all the time. Don't take the bait. 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 We haven't met up in nearly 3 weeks because I had the flu last weekend. It's the longest I've gone without seeing her in years. It's probably why I'm nervous she's late. She's been unsupervised for too long. I don't want to hover by the door because I'm not her dog, waiting eagerly for my master's return, so I started pacing instead. There's not much space for it. My studio is tiny even before I crammed a proper makeup table in there. The bed's a mess. There are clothes on the floor. I haven't done dishes in days. That's all fine though. I've never cleaned up for her before and I'm not about to start. My fingers are tapping the anxious little rhythm against my thumb. The pacing isn't helping. I'm maybe gonna go do it in the hallway if I don't think she'd catch me in the middle of it. God, I wish I had kept alcohol in the apartment. I'll light a cigarette instead. It doesn't calm me down exactly, but there's comfort in the ritual of it. I'm not sure where my ashtray is, so I use an old can of tea instead. One of those tall cans. Green tea with ginseng honey. I pull a fresh can out of the fridge and crack it open. Tastes artificial, overly sweet. Easy to imagine. Slamming some liquor into it. You never know if there was vodka in this stuff. Not that I'd ever do it. Only people with problems follow on these kinds of thoughts. I've heard one time that ginseng is supposed to help you quit smoking. Is that why I started drinking this shit? Maybe it was a long time ago. Every time I taste it, I tell myself it sucks, even when I don't have cigarette mouth. But I haven't ever tried another drink. That's the devil you know, I guess. She's late. Well, whatever. A knock at the door. Shave and a haircut. I roll my eyes but answer promptly. She stands there expectantly, like I'm the one in convincing her by making her wait in the hallway while I so audaciously spend 5 seconds crossing the room to open the door. Good morning, Rian. Bubbly, sweet, and maybe even more than the usual today. It pisses me off. I don't know where she gets off with that shit, and why she still thinks it'll work on me even after all these years. You're late. She smiles sheepishly, rubs the back of her neck on reflex, but twinges in discomfort and stops just as quickly. Is she stupid or just playing at it? It would be so naive to think it's anything but the latter. Sorry, my ride got stuck in traffic. Alarm bells. Your ride? My Uber. Right. I'm not sure if a stranger is better or worse than a friend. I cross my arms in front of my chest. Petulant. Maybe. But I don't let her get away with things. I don't want her comfortable. Especially not here in my home. You could have texted. I don't even know if you see my text. You never answer. I take a drag from the cigarette. Blow smoke not straight into her face, but I don't make an effort to spare her either. I want her to smell like it when she leaves. I see them. There's a pause. It stretches. She knows this game by now. We've been doing it for a long time. At this point, she's given up on worming her way into my life. Now she just waits for me to finish punishing her. Patiently. With that stupid little smile. I'd sew her mouth shut if I could, cut off her hands. So she could never hurt anyone again. I wouldn't need to worry about it. But that's why we're here. So, if I'm the only one who does need to worry about it. I finally step out of the door frame so she can walk inside. We'll start with your hands today. There was wind. I mean, it was windy. That's really the strangest sense I have of that day. The wind blowing off the lake, carrying a chill that could almost convince you that the snow wasn't melting. The winter could last forever, and spring would never come. But I wanted spring to come. More than anything. February. It was an okay day. Feb's mom was visiting someone who lived on in a nice house by the water. Some fundraising thing probably. Feb asked her if I could come too because we all had met for the weekend off, and I was fighting with my mom, and she pitied me enough to bring me along instead of using it as an excuse to be alone with Jack. Or maybe I was an integral part of their cover story. I don't know. We were on the shore behind a thin cluster of trees that blocked our view on the big house, the pair of them sitting on the big slab of stone, giggling together while they competed for which could throw pebbles the furthest out. Feb was holding back, not that I think her tiny ass could make a great throw, but it looked to me like she was acting extra pathetic to stroke Jack's ego. Come on, you were on the baseball team like 3 years ago? Who are you fooling? I was mad at her, I think. I was mad at a lot of things back then, but especially February. February, who wouldn't even tell her parents that she wanted to change her name. February, who would beg me not to say anything when her parents use my old name, even though everyone already knew I was a fag because everyone in the neighborhood could hear me and my mom screaming at each other about it every Thursday when she came home early enough to start shit. February, who asked Jack out before I worked up the nerve. It probably wasn't fair for me to get upset over that. The last thing I mean, other stuff was fair game. I remember when Feb started wearing gloves to school, even though she'd get yelled at. Little black gloves with dull studs on the back of the hand. Fake leather. It was kind of cool, you know? Pushing the dress code a bit. Teachers acting like it was the end of the world, so it felt like it mattered. We'd hang out together, sitting on the edge of the gym, both of us refusing to get changed, just taking the hit to our grades, both of us knowing that there was a deeper meaning to not wanting to spend time in the boys' locker room than the usual teen apathy. The difference was that when it really came down to it, Feb's parents came in to see the principal and argued that her germophobia was bad enough that you couldn't force her to take off the gloves or go to the locker room or whatever. And when they couldn't convince the parents to crack down, the whole crusade kind of petered out. That was nice of her. I still caught the usual amount of shit, but I had a thicker skin, so it didn't bother me much. Really, I think that there's something about her that makes people want to look after her. You know, the instinctual protectiveness people get when they see something weaker than them in distress, finding a baby bird falling out of its nest type shit. She got good at taking advantage of that impulse. And she needs it because she is a coward. February is a coward. She's always been a coward. She was a cowardly kid, a cowardly teen, and she grew up to be a cowardly adult. When you yell at her, she just kind of freezes up and makes herself look small until you end up feeling like the bad guy. When things don't go her way, she looks around with those big, dopey eyes until she finds someone willing to bend the rules for her. And it works every time. Finally working up the nerve to take estrogen isn't enough to change something that foundational. She's still exactly the same as she's ever been. A coward. And I hate cowards. Which is probably why I hate myself as much as I do. Anyway, the two of them were cuddling up to the shelter from the wind while I was watching for glimpses of myself reflected in the ripples of the murky water that showed between splintered piles of ice. I don't know why they wouldn't just tell their parents that they were dating. Why would anyone care that a boy and a girl who'd been close their whole lives started going out? People expect that shit. Maybe Feb just didn't want to tell her parents? Or maybe they were taking advantage of the fact that Jack had hung around with us for so long that everyone treated her like one of the boys. Once you got that kind of freedom, it isn't easy to give up on. The wind licked at me in odd intervals. If Feb wasn't around, I could smoke. Jack likes the smell. I thought about putting my jacket back on while I pretended to notice the two of them making out in the corner of my vision. I ended up shivering without it. The cold was distracting in a good way. The sound of the trees creaking in the water, lapping at the birds chirping, is almost enough to drown out them getting sloppy. The sun was starting to get low. Feb's mom will be done soon. While I waited for the awkward situation to end, I fiddled with my phone, counting up to see if I was good enough to if I was gonna have enough minutes to hold over until I got paid if I bought a new ringtone. I didn't, but I bought one anyway. I think that was MCR? Mama, probably? Mama, we all go to hell. Mama, we all go to hell. I'm writing this letter and wishing you well. Mama, we all go to hell. I remember using that one for a while. Probably something Fall Out Boy before that, but I get all the names mixed up. Something off Fury Deluxe. I wanna make 'em bend and break and away, let the good times roll. When Feb's mom's voice finally came calling from the other side of the trees, the two of them jumped apart so fast Jack almost tripped into the shallows. I did get a little bit of annoying satisfaction from that. Petty. Stupid. I wish I had a nicer memory from the last time the three of us hung out together. Something where we were laughing. Ugh. I don't know, actually. Maybe that would just make it hurt worse. Feb sits dutifully on the table. At the table. Her legs are crossed in a way that couldn't possibly be comfortable. At least, that's not for me when I try to sit like that. Not one good thing. She's got one of those short dresses on under her jacket. The kind that lets me see all the way up her thigh when she's seated. You're awfully dressed up. A little tilt of her head, tweak of the eyebrows. You like it? I swallow my scoff. I'm a bitch. Not an asshole. But she's still looking at me like she expects me to answer. What's the occasion? A girl can't just want to look pretty on the weekend? What's worse, the way Feb constantly needles me with these little flirtations. Or the way she seems so genuinely put out when I don't take the bait? This is our own fault, though. After 10 years of this shit, you'd expect her to know how little effect her words have on me. Maybe she does know, and the pounding is part of whatever game she plays with herself. It doesn't really matter. As instructed, she removes her gloves. I pick one of them up to examine the fingertips. Sure enough, the ends look a little distended, and a couple of them have little holes punched through the leather. Jesus, Fab. I know she gets her gloves a little big, but there's extra space in the fingertips. It gives her a little more wiggle room for talent growth when we can't meet up urgently. There's a lot of growth consideration. We only delayed one appointment, though. I shouldn't have skipped a week. I shouldn't have skipped a week. You were sick. What were you supposed to do? You need to get new gloves. Feb taps her own temple twice and gives me a wink. I don't react to it. Already ordered them. I'm just waiting for shipping. That's another thing about Feb. She hasn't gotten mad at me in 10 years. Not since that night. No matter what I say or how bitchy I get about it, she takes it all in stride. Maybe that's her way of apologizing for what she made me do. Stupid if it is. I'm not the one she needs to beg forgiveness from. I sit down across from her and take one of her hands in mine. Feb's fingers are slender and smell in a way that really bothered me when we were teenagers. But it's hard to admire them now. Her talons protrude forcefully from just above the center of her fingertips. Dull and black and thick and sharp. They curve wickedly at the ends. And they're long. Because I haven't been doing my job. The skin around them is leathery. It's kind of faux scaliness you see on bird legs. It reminds me of cobblestones bricked over the pale dirt of her natural skin. It's an ugly color too. A sickly sort of yellow, almost jundicated, dotted with little black splotches. I noticed there's flaky patches on a couple of the fingers. They're a little bigger than they were last time. Feb complained that they itch. Her skin is getting worse. Your skin is getting worse. I know! The podethia is spreading. In the early years, she didn't have them at all. Then it was just the little patches right under her talons. Now it's grazing her second knuckle on each finger. You're gonna have to start wearing full gloves at some point. Feb dons a looking concern I haven't seen in a long time. Not for a while though, right? I run the soft pad of my thumb over the rough skin of her forefinger. I'm not sure whether she can even feel it. In my mind's eye, I imagine scraping it off with a knife. Or no, a vegetable peeler. I catch one of the bumps with the blade and just pull. It doesn't come off easily. I have to tug to work it, get underneath, take my time. She bleeds, of course. But not as much as she will with the clippers. There's no skin underneath it because the scaly leather is her skin. So if I peel it away, it reveals the tangle of tendons and bone underneath. Inhuman. I want to press my thumbs into them, separate out the muscles, and pry them away until there's no finger left. I've never heard Feb scream before. I bet it will be all pitchy and girlish. No, not for a while. I slide the bowl I laid out this morning over to her. She folds her hand over it without needing to be told. This part's the same every time. Holding her with the fingertips on one hand, I pull the clippers from my belt with the other. Well, I call them clippers, but they're more like pliers with a little groove blade in the jaws instead of a grip. They're meant for trimming large dog nails, but they're the best tool I found for this job. There was a time when I would treat the talons the same way you would treat a dog's or a cat's claws. All gentle. Careful not to cut too quick. I'd even buff them out so they wouldn't have such jagged edges to catch inside Feb's gloves or anything. That was back when we only did this once a month instead of every 2 weeks. Now I don't bother being gentle. The talons grow back too strong and too quickly for that. I set the clippers right at the base of the talon. The flat of the steel presses against the tip of Feb's finger. Snip. Feb flinches. The full talon clatters into the bowl. Blood follows. The wound is large and bleeding is profuse. Not dripping so much as flowing freely. It'll settle down soon though. It looks like a lot of blood, but it only takes a few minutes to stop on its own. Besides, it's not nearly as bad as the time we fully declawed her. Snip. She starts humming a little tune while I move on to the third talon. I don't recognize it. Knowing Feb, it's whatever pop garbage is big on Spotify this month. I only really notice because usually she's whining about the pain. Did something happen? My professional instincts take over. You make small talk when you're doing somebody's nails. This situation isn't different enough to stop me from asking even though I don't really care. You seem like you're in a good mood. Snap. Yeah, I guess I'm in a pretty good mood. I grunt at a sound that might be interpretable as affirmative. It must. Because Feb keeps talking like it was an invitation. She only pauses because I cut the fourth towel in the middle of her sentence. It's sweet of you to, pay attention like that. I don't respond. Singing pains, tears swim in her eyes. Snip. Finally finished, she douses her wretched hand in the prepared ice bath. Blood drips into the table when she transfers from the cunning bowl to the ice bath, but I won't bother to clean it up until she leaves. I just feel like the new year's off to a great start. I think it's good to feel like things are on track. I take her second hand to resume the ritual. It kind of pisses me off that Feb feels like things are going well. The new year is off to a terrible start. It's freezing all the time. We have 8 inches of snow just this week, and given how much growth I'm seeing on her talons, it's starting to look like I'm going to have to see Feb more than twice a month pretty soon. Not one good thing. As soon as this hand is done, I set out the bandages and paper towels to leave Feb to clean herself up while I light a cigarette in the kitchen. It's only a few feet away in my studio, but Feb respects the intent of the distance for once. She really must be preoccupied if she isn't yapping my ear off with her vapid bullshit. After a few minutes, she appears to my right, unwanted. Hey, you got another cigarette? I give her a look. She matches it. So it's fucked up for me to smoke in my own apartment, but you're free to do whatever you want? Feb holds out her hand, palm up. She makes a grabby motion. This is my last, actually. I always smoke more on appointment days. Just give me that one then. I frown at her outstretched hand for a moment. 2, 3. Blowing smoke, I pull the half-finished cigarette out of my mouth and hand it to her. Feb takes a long pull, like she sucked up oxygen instead of cancer. I find myself wondering, not for the first time, if something like Feb could even get cancer. With her weird, rapid healing thing, one more mystery to never investigate. Her scaly fingers hold it up to her mouth gingerly. She holds it between them to avoid the tenderness of her bandaged fingertips. Lips form a little O as she exhales. Feb's one of those people who make smoking look sexy. The kind of woman they put in commercials. If they still made commercials for smokes. I'm not looking at her mouth though. I'm looking at those fingers. It's getting worse. Faster than before. Feb hands the cigarette back with a happy sigh. The filter is stained with her bubblegum lipstick. I put it back in my mouth anyway. It doesn't affect the taste. Gonna have to figure something out about her growth. I don't want to get stuck doing this every night in a few years. I sigh, close my eyes for a few seconds, center myself. It's a problem for another day. Something's wrong. I can feel it. Good company. Not with the bar. The bar is great. A big basement space rendered cozy by warm wood paneling and plenty of real couches and lounge chairs on the floor. This is the kind of thing you can afford when you don't double as a club. The relaxed atmosphere and dim lighting and generally quieter crowd makes the customer base lean older, which is fine by me. Fewer regulars hit on me once I tell them I'm not interested. The music is quiet enough to have a conversation. Not that I have many. And the drinks are strong. Yeah, the Carburetor Club has a cringy name, but it's the vibe that's unbeatable. Way better than Azure or Downstairs Dyke, and God knows I wouldn't be called dead at queer immunity. I saw Feb around sometimes, but she mostly keeps her distance here, so it's whatever. The only thing I don't like about this place is the mirror. It's a mirror back bar. It always shows me how sick and tired I look, because I always sit at the bar. I just like to be able to order more drinks without having to get up. Tonight I got here in time for happy hour, which means I got to drink 3 half-price lagers before things really started picking up. Now I'm sipping a whiskey sour. It's my go-to drink here. I like that they put a little lemon wedge on it. So no, it's not the bar that's bothering me. It's Feb. It's always Feb, but something is different tonight. She was acting weird. Feb hates getting her talons trimmed. She's always been a little fucking baby about the pain, which is ironic and irritating. But it's also consistent. I can't remember the last time she didn't start complaining by the time we got to the second hand, or bandage her own fingers without whining about it. It's just their clipper bullshit usually feels like more of a facade than this. Isn't it a little frowny to be so frowny, Rihanna, even for you? I look up from the nothing I was staring at the bar. Samantha is taking the stool next to me, as she often does. Her shoulder bumps mine by accident as she adjusts in her seat, and she apologizes quietly. Samantha is a classic butch, big and square, and I've never seen her in anything but jeans and flannels. She's been a fixture at the bar for nearly as long as I have. Hair's getting a little long, Samantha. She brushes the bangs that have fallen over one eye out of her face with her hand. Yeah, I've been seeing this girl. She keeps telling me it looks good, so I keep not cutting it. No shit. When did that happen? Hair's always growing. I'm pretty sure. Just really slow. This time I check her with my shoulder. It's very intentional. Samantha orders a drink. Since the bartender is right there, I figure I might as well take the opportunity. So I slam down the second half of my cocktail and order another one. She sips her beer. She always orders beer. And gives me one of those looks. How long have you been here? Not long. You look a little out of it. I'm just tired. She nods and looks at her phone for a few seconds. I can tell when you're drunk anyway. I mean, I wouldn't drive a car right now, if I knew how. Things grow quiet between us, but not in a bad way. Samantha's good company because she doesn't feel the need to fill space. And I'm not too much of a cunt to admit that I don't mind having someone to drink with. As long as you're okay. There's the one thing that's irritating about her. She's just nice in an earnest way. Wears it on her sleeve, her face. It makes me want to tell her things. It's just work. Samantha arches an eyebrow inquisitively. Is it that one girl? Yeah, kinda. I complain about Feb a lot with Samantha, pretending like she's a shitty coworker instead of a client or whatever she is. If I didn't have some sort of outlet for this, I think I would probably explode. She didn't even do anything this time. It's just, like, weird energy lately. Samantha tilts her head. Nah, she's pissing you off without even doing anything. I shrug. I guess so. I let a big yawn slip out of me. I really am tired. 1 or 2 more cocktails and I'll probably sleep through the night. It's nothing though. I just need to chill out about it. I'm telling myself more than I'm talking to Samantha. Anyway, tell me about your girlfriend. She scratches the back of her neck, a little sheepish. Oh, well, I don't know if she's even my girlfriend yet, but I'm hoping to lock down labels soon. Whatever, you're not gonna have a problem. Girls love you. Samantha does her big sheepish smile, the exact one I've seen so many girls swoon over in real time, and her face reddens just a little bit. Too early for it to be from alcohol. She's cute. I hope so. I like this girl a lot. Go on. She's just nice, you know? She's sweet and nice. I don't really know what else to say. It's really good, especially after Brittany. Yeah, fuck Brittany. Here, here. I lift my glass and Samantha clinks it with the bottom of her bottle. It's just good to have fun with someone. It feels easy with her. That's great, Samantha. I know I'm not giving her much, but I do mean what I say. Oh. I know I'm not giving her much, but I do mean what I say. When you don't actually have any relationship experience, and you're not interested in getting any, it's a little hard to relate to this stuff. But I trust Samantha to understand my feelings, even if I don't know how to phrase them properly. That she always seems to get me is one of her best qualities. It's probably what this new girl sees in her too. I mean, and she's hot, obviously. We stay there for a couple of hours. Sometimes we go quiet for a long time, just enjoying each other's company. Sometimes we tell each other things about work. I don't even lie about mine. She'll come in the alley while we smoke, even though she doesn't get in on it. Samantha wraps things up before I do. She offers to walk me home, just like she always does when she thinks I'm plastered. I don't take it in a condescending way because she's a friend and she's always casual about it. Sometimes I even let her, but I only live a couple of blocks away and I'm in a weird mood, so I'll wave her off this time. I know I'm in a sweet spot because I'm wobbly on the feet, but I don't feel nauseous. I'm not even thinking about Feb anymore. Well, okay. Yeah. Maybe I'll finally get some decent sleep tonight. So what are you gonna do with it now that you got it? I'm gonna do whatever I want, Nan. That's the point of having a license. The world is at my fingertips. A stupid little animal. She paused, looking up at the fluorescent lights with an exaggerated expression of reverence. It's almost disgusting how free I am. I snorted. As long as the beat holds up, yeah? The beats will outlive us all. The beat will be the last thing standing when the Empire fails. Is that like a good thing? I don't know, Nan. I'm just saying stuff. I'm bored. It was a weekish after that day at the lake. Jack and I were wearing stupid blue polos, wasting our afternoon pretending to be a planogram in the back corner of the local Rite Aid. Oh, okay, wait. This is the first time Jack's had, like, speaking lines. Save. Let's go back. This sure is unfolding. So, what are you gonna do with it now that you got it? I'm gonna do whatever I want, Nan. That's the point of the light. Oh. What? Oh, cause they never got a license, so that's Rion at the top. So what are you gonna do with it now that you got it? I'm gonna do whatever I want, Nan. That's the point of a license. The world is at my fingertips. Stupid little animal. Oh wait, no, all three of them are there. Okay. I think? Maybe? She paused, looking up at the fluorescent lights with an exaggerated expression of reverence. It's almost disgusting how free I am. As long as the beat holds up, right? The beat will outlive us all. The beat will be the last thing standing when the Empire falls. Is that like a good thing? I don't know, Nan. I'm just saying stuff. I'm bored. It was a weekish after the day at the lake. Jack and I were wearing the stupid blue polos and wasting our afternoon pretending to be a planogram in the back corner of the local Rite Aid. Better than register. We usually flipped a coin to decide who had to answer when they called for backup over the intercom, but it was especially dead today. Can I see it? She shot me a real severe look. Wait, is Jack a trans girl too? I think I'm getting it. Shit. You know, they didn't even have to let... You know, they did not even have to let you drive just because you have a license. You get your own. It's not a power-up. So you gotta get your own. It's not a power-up. Fuck off. Let me see it. With the overdone high, Jack popped out her wallet. Yeah. Jack popped out her wallet and passed it over. And then squinting in the thin wad of singles in the cash pocket, she rocked forward on the balls of her feet. I guess that's surprising in a really funny way, and it's actually really cute. Honestly, I love that. I'm gonna get a monster. Want anything? Yeah, give me a ginger ale. That's like $2 plus change. She held out her hand, wagging her fingers expectantly. Fuck off! You're supposed to treat a lady, you know? I batted her hand away. Couldn't suppress a grin in my voice, though. Jack looked at her hand with her lips pursed. She was looking for cat scratches. Yeah, I'm at least as much a lady as you know? All bets are off. Get out of here. I got no use for you then. Message received. Don't lose them now, okay? It's my ticket to paradise. As Jack wandered away down the aisle at a leisurely pace, I turned my attention to what she left me with. Morse, Jacqueline Maria. Day of birth, October 19th, October 14th, 1991. Sex F. Weight 178 pounds. Height 5'4". Eyes gray. Organ donor. It's funny that I still remember all that. I held on to her license for a while after everything happened, so I guess it just kind of stuck. Maybe I lost in the move? I could still be in a bot somewhere. Could still be in a bot somewhere. Wedged between old takeout menus and crumpled community college notebooks. I remember really faintly being jealous at the time. I was older than her, so I got my permit first, but Mom certainly wasn't taking me out to practice, and Dad wasn't talking to me even back then, so Jack was the first of us to take the test, and she even passed it. She promised to teach me once the snow melted. I hadn't worked out what to do about a car yet, but it was one step at a time. A shitty car wasn't that expensive. Nothing else to speed up nothing else to spend my paychecks on. I was still swiping cigarettes from my older sister room back then. I was getting in my own head about it when, with a ginger ale with a receipt taped around the middle of the thumb down of my cart. Hey, don't shake it up. Wow, I actually treat you, and this is what I get? I think I want that $2 anyway. You're getting shit ass nothing, and you'll like it. Yeah, you owe me big time, and give me that. You're gonna leave grubby fingerprints on it. Gosh, no matter how much water I drink, I'm so fucking dried out. It is warm, y'all. Photosynthesis. Sorry, I just need a second to center myself. I should save at least. Oh, hey Ryan. Actually, I think I'm gonna grab some Pocky. I need something to chew on. I need the stem. Give me one sec. Oh. Oh. Well, getting up was a challenge. I hadn't realized my diaper is so full that it is challenging to walk. But it's gonna be a long night. My gamer pants will hold. Oh, there we go. Pocky's a great pick-me-up. How's everyone liking the visual novel? I'm having a very emotional time. This shit hurts to read. Yeah, I like it. It's raw. And it's indeed Tatsugiri, and dare I say, Guro. The crunch of the Pocky makes me think of the clips of the fingers. It's kind of fucked up. The sound design is really effective. I don't think I've heard any music though. Though I don't mind all the diegetic sounds. It's pretty cool. Play with headphones recommended. Okay, I didn't just eat a whole box of Pocky, I swear. And I still have 3 Pocky in my hand, and I'll finish that, and then we'll continue. A nice pick-me-up. All right. After she snapped her wallet shut, Jack gulped down half the can of her noxious energy drink in one go. I opened my drink carefully. No tricks this time. We both went silent. Maybe the sugar was enough to make us feel like actually doing our jobs for a bit. There was about 1,000 batas of blonde hair dye that needed sorting after all. You know, if anyone else ribbed me like Jack used to, I would have bitten their head clean off. Zero patience for that shit. I hear I had a temper problem since I was about 4 years old, and it only got worse as I got bigger. Nowadays, if I hear somebody pulling that kind of smarmy, over-familiar flirt routine, I get hives. I don't know what it was about Jack that made her charming instead of annoying. Natural charisma? Something in the eyes? That she called herself a lesbian but still looked my way with that sly little smile? That part felt good. She was a dick about a lot of things, but not about that. But to say I was in love with her? Well, it's like when people insist that their cat loves them. Cats don't know what that means. Just no context. It's a stupid little animal. Its owner is big and warm and hopefully doesn't hit it. And above all else, its owner is close. Sometimes that's all the reason you need to sit in the lap. Back then, I was a stupid little animal, and Jack was close. Maybe if we had gotten together, we would have beaten the odds and kept it going. I could have turned into something. Who knows? It could have turned into something. Who knows? More likely, we would have done stuff in the back of our car and broken up in a year. But part of me is still mad that I never had the chance to find out what would have happened for myself. You're not gonna go up to the lake again. We're gonna go up to the lake again that Sunday, just the two of us. Get some drinks, hang out by the beach. Her voice broke me out of a hair dye boxing trance. A little sheepish, genuine. The back of my neck itched. You and Feb? Yeah, me and Feb. Who else would it be? Fuck me for asking, I guess. Your parents gonna give you shit about it? Out of town next week. Lucky, my mom's not gonna leave this shithole unless someone drags her corpse over state lines. I scratched a razor burn by the side of my neck while I thought about her palms. Why not hang out at your place then? You know Feb, she loves spooky shit like that. All alone in the night, no one waiting up for us. And we can go back to my place later. Yeah, right, of course. I scratched my neck again, harder. What about her dad? She told him she was gonna stay over at your place to work on a group project. And he bought that? He's too polite to give her a hard time about it, I think. The conversation was starting to make me feel gross. I didn't want to know any more about this, and I had to. This your way of telling me to cover for you? Well, Feb figured you'd say no if she asked. She said you've been snapping at her lately. She had to tell you that. I guess Feb's a regular genius compared to you. The air between us was starting to sour. I knew I would just say, yeah, whatever. I should just say, yeah, whatever, man. I've got your back, but I really, really didn't want to. Jack was losing patience with me, and yet instead of pushing more, she got just another swig and set her can down. Fine, I'll figure something else out. I shouldn't have assumed you'd be cool with it, my bad. And that's all it took for her to break me. I could feel my face doing something stupid as I fought with myself over what to say. After a second, I settled on it. Just slip me some of whatever you're drinking and we can call it even. But I can't do this shit if he asks my mom about it. Jack perked up in a flash. He's not gonna say anything to your mom. Feb says he's still scared of her. Just let her in the front door and out the back, okay? I'll be waiting on Pine to pick her up and try to look respectable. My eyebrow twitched. Want me to wear my I promise not to suck your daughter's cock shirt? Fuck, you have a shirt for that? Keep it away from me. I'm not going away for perjury. It didn't matter what I said. I knew they were gonna do it anyway. Either way, they would have gotten someone else to cover, or if they'd already told the story to Feb's dad, and they'd just go. If Feb's dad worked up the nerve to say something to me, Jack knew I would back them up no matter what I said. Even if they got caught, what's the worst that would happen? Feb would get scolded by her parents for the first time ever. Jack's parents would sigh with relief that their dyke daughter straightened out. The two of them would have to leave the door open when they watch movies in Feb's room from now on, maybe. Nothing I did or said will change anything. All the pieces were in motion, and I wasn't even on the board. My contribution meant nothing to the situation, positively or negatively. But I love scratching my neck skin off. It did end up making me feel like what happened was my fucking fault somehow, so I guess that's something. I don't want to hear about what they're up to. I'm fine living my life not knowing anything about Feb's dick. Jack eyed me while tapping her chin with a root touch-up kit. You sure? Making a lot of comments about it for someone who's not interested. It's a figure of speech, okay? Leave me alone. If you say so. Love you either way, none. Oh, this changed. Thin leather straps against my wrists. I flexed my hands in the surgical gloves to make sure there aren't any holes or anything. The last thing I want is for Feb to split my fingers. A kind of Ruth. She's just finishing bandaging up her own fingers. I can already see blood seeping through the gauze. I used to make her rewrap when that happened. But these days she heals so fast that her fingertips will be closed by the time we finish up here. I wonder if it hurts when her new talons grow out. If they have to puncture the scar tissue that rapidly forms over the old nail beds. I'll probably never ask though. Feb starts acting upset whenever conversation makes it obvious that she's not a person. And I don't really care enough to make saying through her melancholia worth it. I hate this part. You say that every time. It's the worst part every time. Then maybe you should stop whining about it and let me get it over with. She pouts and so transparently manufactured. Bottom lip tweaked carefully, brow furrowed just the right amount to make her look pathetic, eyes shiny without actually watering. Feb's like one of those baby birds that infiltrates the nest of another species. She can live around people, and she's even learned to mimic them pretty convincingly. But if you know, you know. And she can't get around me knowing. So I see all the ways she's not like the rest of us. It's deeper than her talents, or her fangs, or the feathers that started growing on her back a few years ago. Feb's a parasite. That's why she can't be left alone. I have to mitigate the damage. My fingers dance along my tool belt, ignoring scissors and the Derplane scalpel and hair combs until I find the glass nail file I was looking for. Shit, am I streaming in Balatro right now? Is that a sly way of telling me? This is the other game that I said I would play. Please say psych. Please say psych. I actually don't remember where my phone is. Found it. I'm gonna play Balatro after this, though. Okay, I'm in Games and Demos, I think. Please don't be in Balatro. Fluff plays Balatro when? Nah, I didn't play it yet. I'm playing fucked up transgender toxic monster girl Yuri. It's called Pin Feathers. I still have yet to eat an entire box of Pocky Chat. But almost. My fingers dance across my tool belt, ignoring scissors and dopamine scalpel and the hair combs until I find the glass nail file I was looking for. It's a nice one, etched glass imported from the Czech Republic. I don't know if that actually makes it much better than a glass file could have got here for $10. But when it comes to Feb's freak teeth, I play as safe as possible. And this file's been working on her for nearly 5 years now. So I'm happy with my return on investment. I pull my chair around the vanity so I can sit next to her. It's just easier to do things this way when making both of us lean halfway over the table. She's fastened and the barber cape we used for this part around herself already. Which looks dumb every time. We just need to catch stuff. I hate this thing. It looks fucking stupid. You say that every time. Who cares? I don't want to look like a lump. I dress like this for a reason, you know? Uh-huh. Look. Open. Feb frowns a little bit, but she does comply. One benefit of how much she hates doing her teeth is she feels like she's on the back foot. It makes her compliant. Once my fingers are in her mouth, it makes her quiet too. Blessedly. Resting my left hand on her cheek, I press my thumb over her upper teeth, stopping just next to one of her fangs. I like to have a good grip on the skull so I can really go to work with the file. Feb's fangs take the place of her canine teeth. Well, we call them fangs, but they're very much teeth, pointy and kind of thin and sharp like razors. They just have that rat quality to them though, where they never stop growing without intervention. Maybe sharks do that too, I don't know. I insert the file into her mouth. She's watching me. She can feel it. Feb always stares at me while I'm in her mouth. I get it. It's not like there's anything else for her to look at when I'm so close. Still, makes me uncomfortable. The fang has the slightest inward curve to it, so that's what I always start with. Removing the sharp point always comes first, But I'll also have to grind the whole tooth down to a normal human level. You know my coworker Marlene? A sound comes out of Feb's mouth like a that I understand to be affirmative. I began to pull the file along her fang in a long, firm stroke, and then back again. The rhythm is slow and hard, and I know it's uncomfortable for Feb, but it's the fastest way to get this done. I think I told you she got married recently. She won't shut the fuck up about her husband lately. It's making me feel crazy. Feb rolls her eyes and makes a jacking off motion with her hand. I've known her long enough to understand she's shitting on the straight people and not me for complaining about them. Yeah, I know, and I don't even know what she's saying yet. I'm not as careful as I should be, and sometimes the feel grazes the roof of Feb's mouth. It doesn't do any lasting damage to her, and I don't think it even really hurts, but she flinches every time. It's annoying. The smell is starting to come out, the scent of the friction, wet and dry and hot, at once as her enamel begins to disintegrate under my tool. It's unpleasant, like the root canal in a slow motion. The dust mostly collects in her mouth when it does and she starts salivating involuntarily. Feb's little hands ball into fists in her lap. So it came out this week that Marlene's husband is just like, doesn't eat vegetables? What? Yeah, she said she has to like blend squash and mix it into mac and cheese to trick him, like a toddler. Feb's tongue starts to lift, pressing itself against the thumb I use to hold her steady. It's not a formal signal for anything, just a natural response to how pleasant the pool of dirty spit in her mouth is becoming. But it is the measurement I use to tell myself to give her a break. Let her hack it out. This time, I let her squirm a few seconds longer than I normally would. Not for any particular reason. I firmly pull my hands out of my mouth when she makes an unpleasant noise. Feb immediately leans over and coughs into a paper cup. The saliva is thick and trails from her mouth. It has a whitish pit to it. She wipes her face with her hand. Jesus, Ryung, could you take a little longer to let up? You're fine. I mean, yeah, but it's gross. It's gross every time. Yeah, keep telling me about the straight people and their horrible life choices. She opens her mouth without being ordered to this time, and I go back to work. The first tooth is almost done. If Feb had just held out a little bit longer, I would have given her a break and she wouldn't have had to beg for it. But whatever. The painful sound of grinding fills the air again. So Marlene says that shit, which is wild. And I think everybody is going to be holding back comments or something. But then Audrey is like, yeah, men are funny like that. The first tooth is scraped down to a human length. I take a little time to sand into a rough canine shape. This is the worst part in some ways. It requires the most dexterity on my end, and there's not a lot of room to work with, so the file's always catching on the adjoining teeth. I'm honestly not sure if the rest of Feb's teeth are more human or like her fangs in quality, but we've never had an excuse to find out. All I know is that this part makes her really uncomfortable. Her tongue works aimlessly in her mouth, brushing my fingers, which doesn't affect me, and she makes those pathetic little whimpers whenever I graze a more sensitive spot. And then it's finished, and I reposition all ready to start on the other tooth. Then Audrey is telling us that half the time she makes 2 meals, right? One with vegetables and one that's just like literally chicken nuggets for her literal husband. And Jesus, Feb, chill out. Feb started wiggling around and making these little pain moan noises. I thought she was just being dramatic until I saw the crack in her tooth and the blood on my finger. Yeah, this one is gonna shed. The new one's already bursting through it. We're already ascribing animal traits to Feb, bird ones mostly, but other stuff too, shark, wolf, whatever. Anything to make sense of her. But I don't know any animal whose teeth do whatever the fuck Feb's do. It's like the one grows inside the old one and the original tooth cracks open and flakes off like a shell when the fresh one is ready. Feb says it's painful. There's always a lot of blood. I'm gonna bust it open. Her eyes widen as she makes an awful squawk from the back of her throat. Oh. I could feel the little vibrations that send up her mouth and my fingers. She tries to shake her head, but no. I shift my hand so my forefingers press into her soft, round cheek, and my thumb digs into the roof of her mouth, wrenching her head back into a more rigid position. Stop squirming, Feb. Don't make this a pain. This is the fastest way to deal with it. She maybe tries to say something, but my left thumb and the fingers holding the file are jammed pretty firmly in her mouth, so she can't really make distinct words. I suppose she could always bite me. I suspect Feb could chomp clean through my fingers if she really wanted to. I've seen her work firsthand after all. I should probably be worried about that, but I'm not. Feb's a coward and she always has been. She won't do shit to me. I guess there's a kind of rush to that. Feb settles down once it becomes clear to her that this is happening whether she makes a fuss or not. It'll be better in the long run. I use the file to start chipping at the bat fang. Well, I say chipping, but it's really more like hammering. It takes a real impact to get anything done, but the chip starts coming off in jagged little pieces. Feb winces at every bit. The blood starts coming from inside the tooth, like the new one was incubating in the fluid or something, and the original fang was just the casing. Almost reminds me of a pin feather. It flows steadily over my gloves, dripping into Feb's mouth, onto her tongue. I can tell the exact moment she tastes it, because she moans indecently, low and throaty. I ignore her, obviously. I wouldn't have even if I didn't know that it was involuntary. That this was an automatic response to the taste and smell of blood for her. Just another one of her freak traits. So, she's been telling me all these years. It's not like there's any way for me to prove her wrong. I just keep talking through it about my coworkers, what I had for breakfast this morning, and the weather forecast for the coming week. Fucking whatever. Anything to get my mind off of how she's salivating around my fingers. Anything to keep the sound of her moan out of my brain. Thick, sharp flakes of fangs shed themselves into Feb's mouth. With her head forced back the way it is, I idly remember if any of them might fall down her throat. Slice her up inside. They're too small to do any lasting damage. Way too small to kill her. But that's why it's a fantasy. And if they're uncomfortable for her, if they make her perfect little voice scratchy and rough, or give her a cough, or make it painful to swallow, that'll be worth it anyway, no matter how fast the lacerations heal. The second one went free. Always does. Okay, chat, I have finally finished eating Pocky. Wow, I'm really a freak that I could eat Pocky while the teeth grinding thing was happening. I have very fucked up teeth. But I'll probably never have dental insurance, unfortunately. Not like Feb. Feb's so lucky. So much pro bono work. Getting her nails and her teeth done? Living the dream. Some girls get all the perks. Fantastic xenofiction. As someone who's suffering from teeth issues right now, this is painful to think about. Oh yeah, I have like huge holes in my teeth. We have filling fallout. We've been brushing our teeth a lot more lately. Also, Look Outside was also fucking us up with teeth because of the teeth monsters. I'm probably gonna have to brush my teeth later to get all the Pocky out of my teeth holes. The second one went fine, always does. As we clean ourselves up, I'm left wondering what exactly makes her fangs come in at different rates. One more unsolvable mystery. Doesn't really matter. We finished everything we had planned for today, and I'm trying to usher Feb out the door. But she's insistent on stopping at the mirror in the hallway to primp herself. It puts me on edge. I don't know why. There's not anything particularly off about it. Feb's been stopping to touch her up her gaudy lipstick or fluff her overdone hair in any mirror she sees as long as she's been a girl. But she never used to wear quite this much makeup. She never used to wear dresses so short her ass practically hangs out of them. Not to our sessions. She never used to check her teeth in the mirror for a third time after I filed them down. It makes me wonder what she's looking for, or what she's checking to make sure she's presenting. Eventually she turns back to face me. All smiles, closed mouth. It's always closed mouth these days. Even when her teeth are perfect. It's some of your best work, Rian. Sure. God, take some pride in your shit, would you? You're really incredible, like every time, you know? I do take pride in my shit. No one else could do what I do for you. Feb hums happily. If she picked up the implication in my statement, she's pretending she didn't. She stands there for a while. I feel awkward. Maybe she doesn't. I don't know. I want to tell her to get out, but she starts talking before I do. Hey, have you ever been to Niju-san? What? Niju-san, it's this cool little Japanese French cuisine place over on... I know what it is. No, I haven't been there. You always need a reservation. Feb shrugs her shoulders at that. What, have you gone? Last week, yeah. Something catches in my throat. I talk about it. Who are you going to a reservation-only restaurant with? It's not like that. You can get anywhere if you just walk in and ask to sit at the bar. That's all I'm saying. Oh. Oh. Feb closes her hands behind her back and looks at me. I know she knows that pushes her tits out, especially in that dress. When was the last time you went out? Oh, when was the last time you went out? Don't worry about me. And I mean, like, actually went out, not just at the bar. Like a real restaurant or a club. Or like a movie or something. I do fine for myself. If you want, we could always stop it, Feb. Oh, come on, man. Just don't. I blink. My hand is in the air in front of my face, fingers curled into a claw-like formation, like I stopped halfway making a fist. I wasn't gonna hit Feb, but she sure fucking flinched like I was. Baby. Do not call me that. She hits me with her best sad puppy dog eyes, like I'm supposed to melt for them on the spot. So it's obnoxious that she's doing it, which makes me sick. Rhiannon, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything. Just go home, Feb. She leaves quietly. I lock the door behind her and lean heavily against it. The surface is cool against my forehead. I reach for the jacket pocket, looking for cigarettes, until I remember I ran out before before Feb got here today. Sighing, I resolve to give her 15 minutes to disappear before I venture outside again. The vibe in the bar is rancid tonight. Or no, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm a little... Maybe I'm a little lonely. Sorry, give me a second, chat. This heat is getting to me. Wow. I came here to stop thinking about Feb. It's the one place on earth I can put her out of my mind, either with good enough music or strong enough drinks, or most rarely, compelling enough conversation. Tonight, I'm not getting any of that. There's some dinky ass honky tonk garbage playing from the jukebox, and nobody's here tonight except regulars. None of them really talked to me after my whole drama with Bev last year. Except for Samantha, but she's not here right now. Well, it's getting, I am getting the strong drinks, so that part wasn't really true. You alright, Rian? The bartender is Miranda. She only talks to me like that when she thinks I'm in a bad way. That's ridiculous because I'm not even drinking that fast or making a scene or anything. I'm just sitting here on my fourth or fifth whatever it is. I'm fine. Alright then. I stare into my drink like it's the first time I've seen it. It's almost ice. Condensation has begun to leak down my fingers where I grip the glass. Reminds me of Feb's spit. Her blood. And there I go thinking about Feb fucking again. Shit. I frown at my glass. I don't even remember what I ordered. Well, one way to find out. Ah, rusty nail. That's good. A little bit sweet. The Dermabulle cuts the harshness of the scotch. Easy to slam down in one gulp. That was a good idea. Hey Miranda, could I get another one of these? Sure thing. Could you make this one 3-part scotch? Miranda pauses and squints at me in open suspicion. Maybe my voice is a little thick by now, but I'm clear-eyed. And I'm not wobbling in my seat or anything. So after a second, she just nods and starts making me the drink. I start chewing up I start chewing my thumbnail while I wait. And it's a bad habit. Maybe it would be a good one for Feb to pick up. Heh. Use their teeth and nails to keep each other filed down. 2 birds with 1 stone. Sure would make my job easier. How's the nail taste? I pull my thumb out of my mouth and turn to greet Samantha. She's big and cool, and her presence is warm. I'm always happy when she joins me. Shut the fuck up. There's no venom in it. We've gone through this 100 times. She smiles kind of toothy at me. Oh, you're drunk already? I shrug. I came here straight from work. I'm lucky I'm a regular and nobody checks my shit, or I'd probably get in trouble over the tiny scissors and dopamine scalpel in my belt pouches. That stuff is sharp. Dangerous. It's not me though. It's the difference between me and her. It's not a part of me. It's not who I am. Samantha takes my drink and sips from it. It's fine. She's done it before. Oh shit, that's good, Mari. One of these? Miranda scoffs. I'm gonna make yours with a normal amount of scotch in it. You'll like it better. I ignore the comment, even though I know it was really directed at me. But I can't ignore it when Samantha takes the stool next to mine and looks right at me. You really do look like shit. You really do look like shit. Thanks, bitch. No, I mean, like, seriously, right? Are you doing okay? There's such a legitimately funny question I feel on my teeth flash. Though I guess it must look like a dog being pushed past its comfort zone more than a real smile. Am I okay? Am I okay? Fucking of course not. I haven't been okay since I saw Feb 2 days ago. I haven't been okay since I moved here to keep an eye on her because nobody else was ever going to. Nobody else knows. I haven't been okay since she texted me the night when we were 16. Maybe even before then. It's hard to really seriously remember before. A lot of the time I have like the week leading up to it in crystal clarity. I dream about that week every time I go to sleep. Everything else is drifted. Just another thing Feb took that night. And it's just been a bad month at work. Samantha looks at me and says nothing, waiting for me to go on. Miranda places a glass just like mine in front of her. I don't want to talk about it. She nods and picks up the drink, a long sip. Alright. I don't think I've ever saw you order a cocktail before. She shrugs, but not as casual as she wants it to look. I'm mixing things up a little. You locked in that girl? A smile. I take a drink and try to look happy for her. There's no reason not to be. Samantha's my only real friend, so I do want her to be happy. And it's not like I'm losing anything. She's dated people before, and it's never changed anything between us. Oh, sorry I'm wobbling on my toesies here. I feel like I'm getting to the crescendo. I'm having a hard time. My eyes are so dry. I have a little bit of cotton mouth. Maybe it's just highlights to get the kind of freedom she has to do stuff like that in the first place. I'll never have that. Maybe I'm a little lonely. This time when I smile, I try to look like I mean it. Tell me about her. Samantha blushes visibly at that. She's always going red easily. It's so easy to get her. I'm drunk enough to admit to myself that it's really cute. It's fine to think that privately though, because I really don't have intentions towards her. I'm too bossy. Feb is too much bullshit to deal with. There's not really that much to tell her since last time. We've gone on a couple of dates. I asked her to be my girlfriend, and then we made out in her car. She's really good at it. Bitey. How I like, you know? Sure. She's taking her drink slow, probably not used to sitting the sting of liquor, even softened by the liqueur. And I'm already halfway through mine, starting to really feel it. Actually, not everything is it everything or nothing? Starting to really feel it, which is nice. Twitch has failed me, but multi-streaming it is. Yay, multi-streaming. Welcome back. I am determined to read this visual novel, even though my eyes feel like potato skin. Damn, I need eye drops. We don't have eye drops. That's another thing to get. God, I bet they cost $5 now because of tariffs. Uh, mm, uh, hopefully stretching helped a little bit. That's as far as we've gone. The kissing stuff? Yeah, it's kind of nice. I always rush into things, you know? And then it's like, girls kind of just use me and drop me when they've had their fun. Brittany. Yeah, like Brittany. But it's kind of always happened that way. She looked so happy when that was the last time. When was the last time I looked like that? Or felt like that? Before I moved out here. Before my mom decided she hated me. When my dad could look me in the eye. Before I transitioned at all. Or realized I needed to, probably. No. There was good stuff mixed in there. Lying to myself. The alcohol's turning. Feeling bad. Samantha's still talking about her fucking girlfriend. Don't be jealous. 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 She's insisting we take it slow. She's insisting we take it slow. We go on real dates. Like romantic teenager shit. Bowling and mini golf shit. It's kind of awesome. I just nod to make sure she can tell I'm listening. I never really did any of that stuff when I was a teenager. Yeah, me neither. Oh, I never really did any of that stuff when I was a teenager. Yeah, me neither. It's good now though, and she's really cute. She gets all dolled up. It's way too much like full face of makeup and tight dresses like we're hitting the club. But I know she's just doing it for me. Even when we're not gonna fuck. It's so hot. Samantha keeps talking, but I stop listening. I'm too lost in my own shit now, putting pieces together. The dresses? The moodiness? Faux concern? All the little comments and integration? The extra perfectionism? She's doing it for someone. That's why it's all felt off this whole time. It has been off. But I've been too stupid to think about it for 10 seconds. If I had, I would have put it together before now. Feb's seeing someone. When that Saturday came, it wasn't as awkward as it could have been. Girly girl shit. Feb sent a text instead of ringing the doorbell. Mom was working and Dad was avoiding the house again, so it didn't matter. Guess she was trying to save me a headache in case. When I opened the door, there she was. She had a long coat on, but I could see a bit of leg under the hem. Smooth. Surprisingly shapely leg. No. Obvious shaving cuts. Did she wax them? It took me a minute to make the next leap. She was wearing a skirt under there, maybe a dress. I remember wondering where she even got it from without her parents finding out. I was so taken aback by the weirdly charged energy out of it. And I was imagining under her coat there was like another minute to let her in. She said hi and smiled, and I could tell she was impatient. Like I was inconveniencing her by not. They'll inconvenience her by not doing her the favor fast enough. After I let her in, she peered around her shoulder nervously. Your parents? Oh, why? I thought you had places to be. Yeah, but I have to do my makeup. Fine, hurry it up. I leaned against the corner while she produced some cheap looking cosmetics and filtered around the hall mirror. Feb will wear a bit of mascara to school or whatever. Paint her nails black. Plausible deniability, gosh shit, you know. This was different. Her lips, eyeliner. She had a whole routine all of a sudden. And the part that pissed me off the most? She looked good. She did the whole thing with a pair of vegan leather gloves on and it still looked right. Suddenly, I felt inadequate. Like I had fallen behind in a race I didn't know I had entered. Like she was a real girl and I was just a fag. What a stupid thought. I never once aspired to that over the top girly girl shit. When I saw her pull it off like that in an easy way, it made me feel like my gut was twisting. Some fatal longing, dangerous to feed and pointless to linger on. She caught me watching. Everything okay, Nun? Yeah. Just impressed. This is all just dollar store stuff. I can mess it up. I can mess it up as many times as it takes to get it right. Guess so. Feb was fluffing her hair and looking at me in the mirror. She smiled. She looked so sweet. And I almost forgot that I was mad at her. Want me to teach you? Don't think it would look the same on me. I know you can't run around with makeup all the time right now, but if you don't start practicing, it's gonna get hard for you to pass. Oh! It's... sorry, I'm not sleepy anymore. That one woke me up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That shot's fired. That shot's fired. What the fuck, bitch? Wow. That's, wow. She makes it look so easy. I sleep. Oh, if you don't get good at it, you're gonna have a hard time passing. I wake, motherfucker. Wow. Wow. I can't believe she did that. Like, I need some more water. Like, that's a low blow. I don't know. That got me thinking about shit. Because, like, passing culture is definitely weaponized against people. Trans people being shitty to other trans people, and, jealousy in general is certainly a thing. I deal with jealousy, and it's hard. Yeah. Sorry, I just needed to having a moment of relief. Oh. Whew, okay. Padding is holding up. Right, I forgot I was mad at you. What the fuck, though? Feb was fluffing up her hair, looking at me in the mirror. She smiled. She looked so sweet that I almost forgot that I was mad at her. Want me to teach you? I don't think it would look the same on me. I know you can't run around with makeup all the time right now, but if you don't start practicing, it's gonna be hard for you to pass. Yeah? That's when I got mad again. The assumption that I would do the same shit as her, that I wanted the same thing as her. Infuriating. The older we got, the more it felt like me and Feb were entirely different species. We had some superficial similarities, yeah. Convergent traits. And we probably only ever became friends because we saw each other as close enough. Only game in town, right? I shunned her out of the house as fast as I could after that. Even I was an asshole enough to start a big blow up and ruin both of their nights over some stupid comment. She couldn't have known I was thinking about getting a beautician's certificate. We hadn't talked about our dreams or any of that romantic crap, but it did make it sting a little more. You know, the beauty school thing wasn't really a dream for me either. It was just something I thought I could do without getting stuck in a sucking pit of debt. Do some courses at the community college, flexible hours, decently in demand, go anywhere and find a job. I would have rather died than go into nursing like my mom, so... Did Feb ever had dreams of the future? Beyond, like, bottom surgery and vanishing into the ether, or whatever stupid shit she had in her head before her wounds started stitching up at a pace that would make comic book guys arch their eyebrows. Dreams about how she wanted to live her life. Dreams for what she wanted to do. Or was she always the kind of person who aspired to a mediocre life as the hot secretary at an anonymous office park? Maybe that seemed like the peak of femininity to her, and whatever porn fried her brain as a teen. Like I'm any better on that front. Can't say that doing makeovers for the kinds of women who only let me touch them because they think I look like a gay guy they saw on TV is exactly a spiritually fulfilling position. These days, I'm too busy worrying about whatever stupid shit Feb might be about to do to have much of a life of my own. Speaking of stupid Feb shit did, it was later on that night. Late. I was sipping whatever cheap beer Jack had sourced for their little date. Kicking up my feet, watching something on the tiny TV my sister let me take when she was gonna throw it out. The kind with the VCR built in. I had gotten exactly one text in the preceding hours. No message, just a blurry motion of the sky from Jack. Couldn't see shit but incomplete moon. The lake's a bit out there. And wait. Need to change my position and get more comfortable. The lake's a bit out there, but not so far that we get a good view of the stars, especially not with a flip phone camera and the steady hand of a drunk teen. Part of me, the stupid part, was a little happy that she was still thinking about me though. I let that buoy my mood while I killed time. Then, a while later, I got a bunch more texts all at once. Messages from Feb. Help me, I don't know what to do. I don't know. Can you get up here? Nah, it's really bad. I was on my third beer, which was a lot for me back then. I didn't really understand what I was reading, but there was something sick rolling up up my back, like my spinal cord had been scraped out and refilled with rancid water. Messages from Feb. Star. Feb, what the fuck? I don't have minutes or a car. What's going on? Sorry, I just can't do this right now. Sorry, I just can't do this. I really can't. Please, none. Do what? What's wrong? I'm busy. Jack's in trouble. It's bad. I'm sorry. That part was really clear in my mind. I sat up slowly, rereading the last few messages a couple of times. Then I almost fell off the bed before rushing for the landline in the kitchen, kicking off a sheet that got tangled around my leg. My fingers felt numb as I hammered Jack's cell into the receiver. The other end rang once. What do you mean trouble, you little fuck? I muttered under my breath. The other end rang twice. My cell phone buzzed again, but it was just more of the same cryptic bullshit. The other end rang a third time. It picked up on the fourth. Jack! I tried to keep my voice to a low hiss, but I could feel myself getting worked up. My back stiffened. Even with a static blur of wind rattling through the chief speaker, I could tell it was February. Her voice sounded weird. It was hard to pin down exactly what that means over the phone. Feb, what the fuck is happening? Let me talk to Jack. Jack's not. I'm not there. Fuck off with this creepy bullshit, Feb. Why do you have her phone? Tell me what's happening or I'm calling the police. No! I winced. She practically screamed into the receiver. Then what the fuck do you want me to do? I need to know what's going on. I'm coming to get you. I'll be there soon. Get me? I scrubbed my fingers through my hair, which was all stringy since I hadn't taken a shower since yesterday. All this, it was too much. I don't know why I didn't just call the cops. I didn't have any kind of reasons besides the vague sense that I might make whatever was happening worse. And that I'd never done it before. Seemed like a bad time to start. I can drive, don't worry, I've been practicing. That worry hadn't even registered yet. There was too much going on to consider if Feb knew how to drive stick. My heart was pumping poison through my veins, so I was entirely too sober to deal with it. Oh, it's the other way around, okay. I can drive, don't worry, I've been practicing. That worry hadn't even been registered. There was too much going on to consider if Feb actually knew how to drive stick. My heart was pumping poison through my veins, and I was entirely too sober to deal with it. Fine, fuck, I'll wait for you outside. Don't honk or whatever. Yeah, okay. Be there in like 15. The car. Don't freak out. Then she hung up.
All the noise blaring though the other end of the phone suddenly cut off at the root.
Oh.
Self-voicing disabled.
Didn't know that was the thing. Then she hung up. All the noise blared through the other end of the phone suddenly, All the noise blaring through the other end of the phone suddenly cut off at the root. I was left alone in the dark kitchen, with just the green glow of the stove display and the faint light of the moon bleeding in through the wispy curtains. Then there wasn't anything else to do. My brain stopped registering thoughts. It's not like when you're watching a horror movie and you can sit back and pick apart what's going on. Everything is too close. So I walked back to my room, grabbed another beer, grabbed my trash denim jacket, and parked myself on the porch chair with the least slush clinging to it. And I waited for February. Today I've been paying closer attention. I'm so fucking stupid, and it's not like the dress. She's too goddamn happy. It's gonna happen again. Humming to herself, more small talk than usual. Little private smiles when she thinks I'm not paying attention to her. She doesn't even start whining about how mannish she looks when I have to clip her hair before we dye it. I'm such a fucking moron. But we're almost done. I can kick her out soon. I can stop thinking about this. I started tracing petroleum jelly along her hairline so the dye doesn't stain her skin. Feb shivers with my fingers, grazes her ear. I don't think this one is even performative. She doesn't make one of her irritating little mewing noises or anything. Just a little shudder that vibrates up her back. For whatever reason, that pisses me off even more than the usual reaction would have. But it's fine. I just need to focus. 2 more chores and we're done. I used to refuse to do this for her. Feb would ask me to dye her hair since I was already doing all this other shit all the time, and I would shoot her down. Because fuck her, right? But ever since her hair lost its pigment and turned the same color as her feathers, it's kind of started to seem like it fell within my purview. And Feb got really annoying about it, so we do this now. I just think I should be taking advantage of the good weather while it's here. You never know how long the sun's gonna be out like this during the winter. I start painting the color into her roots, then portioning the rest of her hair out. It's a clean, methodical process. The feathers that grow on her hands. Oh, and on her back. I believe. I've been doing this for so long. And she's fucking betraying all of it. Like, I went to a little park out of Galveston Park and she cuts herself off for a moment. I wonder if I'm going to get a break. But I'm not lucky like that. I never have been. Do you think Galveston Park is named after that park? You know the park I'm talking about, right? Like with a little baseball field nearby? It's frozen over right now for hockey. I always wonder who does that. Like, who comes and puts down the water? Or maybe it comes as ice. I don't really know anything about how they set up outdoor hockey stuff, do you? Anyway, it's that park. I went there on Saturday to just like walk around and eat lunch like a little picnic. It was so good. Fresh air, right? We could probably go for some, Rhiannon. I finished my task and probably pull her hair a little too hard when I tie it into a bun for the color to set. This totally reveals her neck and the pinprick feathers poking out of it. They've only been visible over her shirt collars for a couple of months. Good thing Feb would never dream of cutting her hair short. Little rough there, Rihanna? I am going to smoke in the kitchen, and we're not gonna talk until it's time to wash that shit out of your hair. Feb frowns at me. Kind of squints her eyes a little, like she's working through a thought. Why are you so prickly today? Leave me alone. I'm just making small talk. Feb. Like, sorry for being in a good mood. It doesn't really stop for the rest of the time we're waiting on her hair, or while she's in my bathroom washing it out. I hear her voice chattering away all the way from where I'm posted up in my kitchen. 20 minutes of quiet is beyond her. Which of course it is. She's always chattering when things were going well. It was just like right before all of this started the first time too. I think that thought was what makes me decide I have to address this now. She's doing all of this and she's not even thinking about the consequences. She fucking smiles when she sees me coming. You're dating. Feb freezes halfway through, shrugging off her jacket, one bare shoulder exposed to the open air. The strap of today's slinky little dress is just visible. In the wake of my accusation, it's become incriminating evidence that Feb has carelessly left out in the open. Say something. I'm not dating. Alright. Jack it off. She complies wordlessly, not smiling anymore. She won't even meet my eyes. Underneath her dress is gratuitous. The back is open. A V cut out so deep it threatens ass cleavage. A chain runs above her shoulder blades, connecting the straps of the dress. A little heart dangles from the center. If I ask her, she'll probably say it's open like this on purpose, to make it easier for me to access her back. Some lie that sounds almost plausible if you're dumb enough to think about it at all. So, I'm not gonna ask. I undo the chain on one side and Feb wiggles her arms out. I undo the chain on one side and Feb wiggles her arms out. The dress is silky. It flows off her front like water and pools in her lap. The rest of it loosens a bit of shape around her body and sags off her form. She leans forward slightly and barely moves in an attempt to cover her breasts, a vaguely reflective sort of modesty. It's not like I haven't seen Feb's tits before, and it's not like she cares if I see them. It's like the thing you do when you're naked. From my vantage point, I can see matching lacy undies poking out from the point of the V. Just a hint. But I'm not really looking for any of that. Lacy undies, ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, wait, sorry. Lacy undies, woo, woo, woo. Lacy undies, woo, woo, woo. I'm an underwear nerd. You gotta have your, you go on a date, you have your underwear be complementary or matching your outfit. Very common. Her back looks gorgeous. If only she could accept her, quote, monster parts. If only there wasn't someone who was like, oh, we need to prune every part of you that's weird. If only. Feb's feathers are growing in faster than they used to, just like every other part of her. They start at her neck and pepper her back, little translucent needles with wine-like interiors. Some of them are long, nearly as long as my fingers. Those ones look like they're ready to start pluming. I've done my research on this, just like I have on everything else that's wrong with Feb. When feathers first grow in, they're encased in a hard keratin sheath shot through with a thick blood supply. Pin feathers, they call them. The feather as it's going to be is fed by the blood and protected by the shell until it's ready to emerge. They're stiff and hard, and if they get fucked up, the bird can even bleed out and die. Febs are too small proportionally for that to be an issue for her, though. I'm pretty sure. They're white. We've only ever let them get long enough for the feather part of the feather to be visible a couple of times over the years. But they're white. Pure, like the snow of that night. I unclench my fist and reach one hand towards her. Feb sees me doing it in the mirror, but she doesn't really react. I touch her back all the time. That's what I'm supposed to be doing here. But I don't have my tools. I don't have my tweezers or anything. I haven't prepped the towel or the wipes. She doesn't notice these things because she's stupid. Or maybe she trusts me. Same thing. My fingers graze her back, the slightest touch, just below the nape of the neck. Feb jumps when I do it. What? Shh. She hushes right away, confusion plain on her face. Her eyes flare closely as my fingers trace their way downward, barely maintaining contact with her skin. They brush against her pen feathers, stiff and hard. Feb wiggles a little bit whenever I irritate one too strongly. Eventually, I find what I'm looking for and let my hand lazily circle it to a stop. I take the longest feather I see and gently roll it between my thumb and forefinger. The keratin is pale and brittle. You can may be ready for preening. Apply a little bit of pressure and part of the sheath crumbles into my palm. The tiny bit of feather that pulls off is fluffy. Fluffy and soft. It tickles my hand. I run my fingers down the shaft, and where the pin is still a little bit see-through and I can tell the blood runs up to the middle. It's not the only... A tiny bit of feather puffs out and it's puffy and soft. It tickles my hand. I run my fingers down the shaft where the pin is still a little bit see-through and I can tell the blood runs up the middle. I'm not ready to come all the way out yet. It's not ready to come all the way out yet. I lean forward. My chin hovers just above the shoulder. She can feel my breath on her ear. Feb. Feb's image in the mirror swallows. Her lips part before ready to speak. Yeah. I snap the feather between my fingers. I snap the feather between my fingers. It flutters for a second, and maybe it'll only bend like a straw, but only a little pressure makes it break clean. The blood starts flowing over my fingers right away, a lot of it. Feb hisses at the pain and tries to do something. I'm not sure what exactly, stand or wiggle away or maybe move or elbow me, but she doesn't end up doing anything at all because she's Feb. And she never does. I dropped a loose half of the feather and pressed my thumb into the raw, bleeding stump of the broken end. You are lying to me. She starts crying, of course. Big, sloppy tears. Feb always did terribly with pain. Every time I twist my thumb into the nerve ending, her noises become wails. But she should know by now that she'll never get sympathy from me this way. Feb. I'm not, I swear, just stop, please. I take my thumb off of the broken pen feather and the blood begins to trickle down her back. It's thin, flows like water. Fib lets out a shuddering breath of relief, and Fib lets out a shuddering breath, but her relief is temporary. I grab her shoulder now, hand shaking her until the fingers rest just by her neck. I could hook them under her collarbones if I had talents like hers, but I don't. I'm normal and she's not, and that's the entire problem here. My grip is firm, and she doesn't do anything to stop me. So I start running my free hand along her back, brushing against every stiff little feather shaft I find. Like when kids knock the corn stalks on the side of the road back home. It's a threat. And by the way she grimaces, I trust that Feb knows it. Feel how many more of these we can break before we're done. When I speak this time, it's softly. Liar. Feb sniffs and it's disgusting. All wet and fucking... There's so much snot. It's so gross. I hate looking at her. It's just... I met someone. I stand up straight. My hand is on Feb's neck. Everything drops out for a second. It's not like I don't know. Not like I wasn't sure already. But knowing something and the thing being real are different. I pull my tweezers out of the belt. Not any of the tweezers I use with my usual clients. This pair has a wide grip and thick flattened tip. I didn't find them until a couple of years after we started having to pluck Fab. I pull out my tweezers out of my belt. Not any of the tweezers I use with my usual clients. This pair has a wide grip and a thick flattened tip. I don't find them until a couple of years after we started having to pluck Feb. We always start from the top and work our way down. Without a breakage, the blood oozes thicker and slower from the holes I leave in Feb's back. So I usually just let it be and clean up the end unless something really dire happens. The first one comes out easily. A sharp hard tug. There's resistance. But I've been doing this for a long time, so I know that a good yank will force it out. Feb winces every single time. Are you mad? A sigh escapes me and Feb reacts like I slapped her. Maybe I should. Maybe then she'd understand anything I'd say to her in her life. Did you get it at all? What are you? It's not about me being mad. It's not. I yank out another feather. Maybe a little too hard. I feel Feb's whole back move with my hand. It's about this. What? I find another big one and break it in half too. While Feb's busy making a show about how much I hurt her, I shove it in her face. Her big, bright eyes focus on the little white tuft poking out at the end. This. It's always been about this, Feb. Her gaze flicks from the feather to the reflection of my eyes in the mirror. She doesn't say anything. A sniffle. You're not safe to be around. I let the feather fall into her lap and her head tracks it. She jumps when it hits the dress like it's a hot coal. I ignore her and go back to work. Normally, there's a bit of small talk while I'm plucking her. Just to fill space, you know? It's easier to be around Feb if I slip into work mode, and she's not gonna shut up anyway. So, talking about nothing is the easiest thing to do. Now she's silent. So I keep talking. It's just completely fucking impossible for you to do this. To even think it's okay. More than halfway down her back now. Usually, she's a mess by this point. But she's kind of just shutting up right now. And I'm finding this pisses me off, given that she's the bad guy here. Oh my god, hold on. I'm sorry. Wow. I am, wow. My trauma. I recognize those words. I'm finding this pisses me off, given that she's the bad guy here. I take a second to breathe deep. It doesn't help. Whatever. I've got like 30 more holes to open in her back. You're impulsive, you're childish, you spend all your time setting yourself up. You never fucking listen. I feel my nails digging into her skin. Part of me wonders if I could break her collarbone the way I know Feb could break mine. Part of me wonders whether it would be easy. Like it is with her feathers. Part of me is tempted to try it. It's gonna happen again. My tweezers accidentally twist a little bit in my hand, and a feather comes out fucked up. It's going fast now, tearing bigger holes. Feb's making sounds and I'm ignoring them. It's like you don't care. That's what it is. It's like you pretend you aren't like this, that you've never done any of this before, that nothing about this is fair. But you know it is. I'm down to Feb's lower back now, only a few feathers left. I've run out of things to say, and Feb is starting to make her staring at her hands on her lap, or I suspect she's staring at her bandages on her fingertips. At the scaly skin creeping out from underneath them. I try not to look too closely at the ruin in her back when I'm finished. I try not to look too closely at the ruin of her back when I'm finished. All those bloody little wounds might look like moles from far enough away, but up close, this is an impossible mistake for anything but what they are. The quiet scratches as I walk over to the kitchen sink and wet a towel. But by the time I wipe over the back a couple of times to mop up the worst of the blood, the holes have already closed up. We used to need lotions and antihistamines and all kinds of shit to help the wounds. Now I don't know if Feb can really be injured at all in a way that matters. How long do I have to keep paying for it? How long do I have to keep paying for it? I freeze. What? Feb looks at me in the mirror. Her eyes aren't defiant exactly. Maybe they're too tired looking to care. Frustrated? I don't know what I'm supposed to do, Nan. I told you 100 times not to call me that. Would you just get over yourself for once in your life? That gives me a pause. Feb's never snapped at me before. Ever. I'm sorry, okay? What am I supposed to do now? How am I supposed to live? I'm a person, Rhiannon. You're going to kill her, Feb. She stands up and pushes past me, shrugging herself back into her dress as she goes. For the first time ever, her tears are silent. Her jacket is still slumped over the chair. She doesn't even slam the door. It just closes behind her. I stand there watching it for a moment, long enough to be sure she won't come back. Then I sigh and scrub Feb's blood off of my hands. We were just drunk and messing around. Stupid and fucked up. When the Yuri is toxic. When the Yuri is toxic. I still can't really get enough water in me to get much of a sweat going. One second. I kind of over drank water. Ooh. Toxic Yuri. Alright. We're still in this. Jack wanted to light a fire, but I didn't want to because I was worried someone might see it and call the police because it's out of season and the beach is supposed to be closed, you know? Not that anyone checks the beach probably, but like, if we lit a fire, maybe someone would see and they call and then someone could check and then we'd be screwed, you know? And dead air that indicated that I was finally supposed to say something to in return filled the swaying car. It was quiet enough that I could hear whatever station Jack left the radio on mumbling along under the rumble of the engine. Couldn't make out the song. I was staring out the window, focused on the side mirror. Feb had the headlights off, so I couldn't really make anything make out anything more than a vague dark outline encroaching on the glass. Once the silence started to get physically painful, I made a non-committal grunt to get her talking again. Right, that's why I thought Dad would be terrified if the police brought me home. So, do you really do? So, do they really do that? They would do that. I didn't know what. I didn't want them. I didn't want that. So we just were hanging out with the flashlights and we drank a little, and Jack was drinking more than me because, you know, I get dizzy, and we were doing stuff. Maybe by the beach that was so sandy, and Jack forgot to bring a beach towel because we weren't planning on swimming, but it felt like a waste to just go back to her house after coming all the way up to the lake. So we tried to find somewhere up, but mostly we were gonna go to the car for a bit, and Jack was up ahead and up ahead of me, and she was stumbling over some rocks and something, and she looked like whatever she was about to say caught her between her teeth and didn't come out. It wasn't safe for us to go up there alone. We shouldn't have gone up alone. I knew it was a bad idea, but Jack insisted nothing would have happened if we had just stayed at our house. I took the opportunity to mumble something. Headlights, Feb. Headlights aren't on. Huh? Oh yeah, I guess they're not. Yeah. She looked over her shoulder to see if there were cars behind us because of the rearview mirror. The car, Jack's car, the Beat, lurched drunkenly over the barely visible white line. She managed to keep it on the road somehow. Okay, yeah, headlights right. Where's the button? I was so out of it that by the time at the time that I hardly noticed how fucked it was that Feb had driven all the way from the lake to my house and halfway back without even realizing it was pitch black. Oh, I think she can see in the dark. No, they were friends. It was just fraught. And a love triangle. And then whatever this being explained happened. Okay, yeah, headlights, right? Where's the button? So I was out of it at the time. I hardly noticed how fucked it was that Feb had driven all the way from the lake to my house and halfway back without even realizing it was pitch black. Moon wasn't that bright, and all there was around was trees. Feeling queasy, I leaned over and hit the switch for the low lights for her. Suddenly, I could see a bit. It was just like she had pulled up and opened the door and the inner lights came up for a second. Caught a glimpse of something I didn't want to see. There was red. On her arms. On what was left of her gloves. She had scrubbed her face, but it was on her face too. Down her chest. And her hair. She didn't turn to look at me. But she did glance, and I swear her pupils were so dilated that they crowded out the whites of her eyes. Just a thin rim of color floating in the void, like the accretion disk of a black hole. Between all that and whatever the fuck was going on with her fingers, there was a lot of things I was trying to pretend I hadn't seen. It's like, you know, I didn't know what to do. And you're like smart, Nine. You're so much smarter than me. And I thought maybe you know better than me because I'm stupid. I'm a fuck up. Oh, this is so fucked up. Everything I touch gets fucked up. What are we gonna do with me? No, I can find out. You'll help me, Nine, right? You understand? It wasn't my fault. I didn't mean to. You're gonna help me? Because you're nice to me even when it seems like you're mean to me. You're not gonna... Yeah, that's right. I thought Nan will help. Nan will know what to do. That's why I texted you, because you're a good person. You even help someone as stupid as fucked up as me, right? She didn't really wait for me to answer this time. She just flowed into another barely intelligible string of words about whatever the two of them were talking about when they were still on the beach. Anything to avoid having to say whatever it was that happened when they headed back to the car. Everything was wrong. If it was an accident, why not call an ambulance? And there's no way that that much blood was normal. She had a few scrapes and cuts, I think, like she rolled down on an embankment. But there's no way she bled that much, so it couldn't be hers. Plus the phone. If Jack was hurt, why would February take her phone with her when she went to get help? There was the stink. I noticed it as soon as I opened the car door. It smelled like raw meat, mixed with sickly acidic tang that lingers in your throat after you vomit. The smell of digestion. That's why she kept the windows cracked. She was trying to flush it out. It wasn't really working. I felt like I might throw up on the dashboard and add to the reek. Numb. I turned my head to stare at the window again. Feb was still rambling. The reflected light from the headlights was enough that I could make out what looked like a handprint smeared on the side mirror. I didn't want to look at it, and I didn't want to look anywhere else either. We're almost there. Oh, we're almost there. I'll take you to the spot. Just not. It's bad. I know it's bad. You should. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Please don't be mad at me. Please don't be upset. I can explain. Please listen to me. I don't want you to. I need you right now. I can't do anything. I really need you right now, Nan. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I feel like I can't breathe. If you ever cared about me at all, please, 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 just tell me what to do. Don't get mad. And that was when I was like, oh yeah, she really is dead, isn't she? Jack's dead. Something happened and she died. I felt like some awful gravity dragging my organs down my legs and out, leaving me completely hollow on the inside. Felt like it was gonna be the worst realization of my life. Huh. It wasn't even the worst realization of that night. It's been 6 days since she stormed out. Saturday to Friday. Haven't heard a peep from her. The right thing. Ah, at the bar again, huh? Not that that's weird. We usually only talk when she thinks it's time to get together. Even with her accelerating growth, I wouldn't expect to hear from her until the middle of the next week at the earliest. I guess I'm just anxious about it. Feb's usually the one making me freak out, not the other way around. I don't know what she might do when she's upset. Potential answers to open the questions that have been flashing in my mind all week. The broad strokes are always different, but the parts that matter are all the same. Feb in the alleyway with a corpse. Feb in a club bathroom with a corpse. Feb in the back of a car with a corpse. Feb in a strange apartment with a corpse. I didn't know what triggers her. I'm not sure if she knows either. She shouldn't be fucking dating, getting close to people. Anyway, I'm on my fourth whiskey sour tonight. And it's fucking Miranda behind the bar again, so I have to fucking hear about it every time I order another one. So my mood is not improving. Samantha shows up and takes a seat next to me. For once I see her coming and I raise my glass at her greeting. Girl, you look bad. My work thing is ongoing. You ever think about getting a different job? A bark of laughter escapes me, and I know it sounds especially bitter because Samantha raises an eyebrow in response. A bark of laughter escapes me. I know it sounds especially bitter because Samantha raised an eyebrow in response. I fear I'm gonna be stuck with this client for the rest of my life. She hums neutrally at that and looks at her phone. You gonna order anything? Nah. Oh, you gonna order anything? Nah, just me and my girl, actually. I got reservations on Bar del Dada. That's kind of fancy, huh? Well, I like her a lot, and I think we're going back to my place tonight, so I want to impress her a little. Will they even let you in there dressed like that? I'm hoping she'll be dressed nice enough for the both of us. So, do I get to meet her when she shows up, or are you too ashamed of me? I don't know. Are you fucking blasted right now, or are you just regular wasted? I'll take a moment to think about it. Might be a bad look. No, I'm cool. I can make it look good. Samantha cracks into a big, cute smile at that one, which feels maybe even better than it usually is in the midst of the shit vibes my life has been lately. I was ready to offer to walk you home and everything. Wow, such a gentleman, so chivalrous, even waiting for your real date. I don't think Feb will mind me helping a girl get home. She's cool. A trickle of whiskey goes down the wrong pipe, and I spend 30 seconds coughing it up. Samantha's hand is on my back, and Miranda's put a glass of water in front of me, but I can't really focus on any of that. All I can feel is a shot of ice that's been plunged into my belly, the cold dread that's creeping into my lungs and up my spine. Feb. 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 No. You okay, Ray? There are reflex tears stinging my eyes by the time I get it all under control. I wipe them away, and I try to play off the shaking in my voice as part of my coughing fit. Sorry, yeah. My bad. You said she's called Feb. Samantha smiles, her whole face lights up. Yeah, short for February. I think it's pretty badass. Good God, she's in love. Like, for real smitten with Feb. It makes me nauseous. It's not the alcohol. Shit, be normal. What would I say right now? Something stupid? Bitchy? She's trans, I take a name like that. Yeah, I guess. Samantha chuckles awkwardly. Cis girl stuff, kinda funny. Or it would be if she wasn't in imminent danger. You know, I might actually pass on meeting her tonight. She frowns. It's a frown of concern instead of frustration or annoyance. You alright? I rub my hand into my eyes and feign bleariness. Yeah, just the drinks hit you all at once sometimes, you know? I want to be at my best when I meet your girl, or at least better than this. Samantha nods thoughtfully, understanding. I feel almost bad lying to her, but it's for both of our own goods. Okay, you sure you don't need an Uber or anything? Yeah, I'll just stick around till I sober up enough to walk. Don't worry about me. You got another girl to worry about. She smiles at that. I'm driving her into the lion. I'm driving her into the lion's den. This is the worst thing I've ever done. Samantha wishes me good night, and I wish her good night. And she gets up to leave. I don't even wait for her to get out the door before I drop my facade. I need to think fast. Before Feb could have been anywhere with anyone. But she's not. She's here. She's outside right now. She hasn't done anything yet. Samantha says they're taking things slow. So maybe she hasn't gotten a chance. I think we're going back to my place tonight. Right, okay. I drain the rest of my drink in one gulp. It burns going down. I look up at the address for the restaurant on my phone, and then I stand up to leave. I have a responsibility to do the right thing. So that's what I'm gonna do. Feb left the headlights on. It just sort of happened. The halogen light peeking between the thin tree shadows was all I had to keep my footing. Feb was fiddling with her flashlight. But honestly, I could already see too much. What was waiting for me was a fucking horror show. What can I say? How can I describe what I saw? Describe how I felt. They don't make words for this type of thing. It was Jack. That much I was certain of. It had her face. It was making an expression I'd never seen before. But I could never mistake the face, even with that hole in the cheek. Even if she'd been caught with a meat hook. I finally got the flashlight working, her fingers clacking unnaturally against the plastic. The light didn't make much difference. Nana, are you okay? Nana, are you... She trailed off. I was staring at the body motionless, piecing it together. We had stared at the desolate parking area that overlooks a steep drop-off into the lake. When a little ways down the winding path that cuts through a patch of woods leading down to the beach turned. Went off the path a little. What I found was the end of a chase. And it was a chase. I could see broken branches, torn off strips of clothes, a sparse trail of blood droplets and smears leading up from where they tried to cut through the thicket to get to the thin safety of the car faster. A trail which led to a churned bit of ground and leaves and snow dyed with more blood than I'd ever seen outside of movies. Jack, come on. My voice cracked. Off to the side, I could feel Feb wince. Up until I saw her there, had been a chance that this was some kind of absolutely demonic prank being played on me. I wouldn't have put it past Jack. She had the right sense of humor for this kind of thing. Couldn't really imagine Feb getting in on it, but you know, couldn't have imagined a lot of things about Feb before that night. I took a step closer into the pink slush. Feb said that they were coming back from the beach through the woods. She didn't say what happened. Something must have came after them, I thought. Like a bear? A wolf? Does that even happen? That wasn't in the middle of a goddamn national park. This wasn't in the middle of a goddamn national park. Feb had finally shut up. The stomach had been torn open. Like a pair of scissors had entered right above her groin and sliced all the way up until they met rib. No. I'm talking about like cutting wrapping paper. It was probably more like peeling a stubborn fruit. There was slashes all the way up and down her arms. She must have been fighting to the end. One was deep enough that the skin was like a flap hanging loose, trailing tiny crimson threads. Jack had been emptied out. A tangle of ropey intestines was piled haphazardly between her legs, intact. Unidentifiable lumps of flesh, partially eaten and then discarded. Organ meat. The animal must have started there, I reasoned. It probably pried the ribcage open once it started having a hard time getting past the lungs and to the heart. There were gouges in the bone, like claws. Some of them might have been chewed on. But before I could be sure, I realized I finally gotten too close. The smell, an ultra concentrated reprise from what had been clinging to February, caught me all at once. I hit the ground next to Jack's remains and emptied my stomach of beer and half a bag of Chex Mix. Being that close made it worse. I heaved again. A wretched motion that threatened to force all the remaining juices out of my stomach. My right hand was plunged into a thin layer of icy snow. My left came in contact with something slippery. I threw myself away from the body, scrambling to the ground and pulling myself to some imagined safe distance. On my hands and knees, heaving air into my lungs, each breath outfilling my nostrils with the sour odor of the vomit. I was crying too, quiet, vision swimming, hot tears cutting through the numbing cold that had settled into my cheeks. It took me a while to collect myself enough to say anything. Happened. It took me a while to collect myself enough to say anything. Happened. What? What happened? Feb jumped when I yelled. Words started pouring out of her again. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's not my fault. I'm sorry, please don't hate me. I don't want any of this. A sudden surge of white noises swelled in my head. I could no longer make out what she was saying. I'm ashamed to admit that it was the only thing that I had started to piece together is what she'd done. Stupid, right? I should be able to guess what kind of person Feb really is, if you even call something capable of that a person. The sticky red stains around her mouth and fingers, the hook-like black shapes that ripped through the ends of her gloves, the way her hair was matted and bunched in front and up to her scalp, almost like she had nestled her face into the cavity. An animal. Ha. Yeah, Jack was killed by a wild animal. A violent, unthinking, and bestial predator of human beings. Something beyond helping. You killed her. Feb, tell me you didn't kill her. I was surprised what words came out that intelligible. My tongue felt fat and clumsy, like I might bite it off while I waggled it around. February didn't say anything for a while. I waited, still on hands and knees, staring at the smooth rock. Something's wrong with me, Nan. I don't know what it is. Things just started changing, and I don't understand why. I didn't do anything. I can't think of any reason it would have started, but it did, and then I couldn't get it to stop. The thin flashlight beam was quivering. I was judging if the rock would fit easily in my palm. I thought it was just me. That if I could keep it covered up, then it would just go away. Like, maybe I was being punished for something. I don't know. I don't know why. I didn't mean to do it, Nan. Please, you have to believe me. It just sort of happened. It just sort of happened. I wasn't really thinking about the logistics of the whole situation. How is Feb capable of splitting a woman's rib cage open with her bare hands? I should be fucking afraid for my life. How has she gotten me up here? And now how has she gotten me up here too? Isolated, in the dark, without a single person knowing where I went. I didn't think of any of that. I just reached out for that rock and stood up. Feb said something. I wasn't really listening. Instead, I swung the rock at her head with everything I had left in me. Crack. She crumpled like a pop balloon. The flashlight went flying out of her hand, and I heard the glass break when it hit the ground. All that was left was the thin strips of light from the headlights. I had been bigger than Feb basically our whole lives. She was a scrawny kid, and she kind of stopped growing at some point. But in that moment, while I was looming over her holding a bloody rock, she looked absolutely tiny, pathetic, already broken. After a long, terrible moment of stillness, her body stiffened. A tiny groan escaped her lips. My boot connected with her stomach before I knew what I was doing. It just happened! I kicked her again. You fucking killed Jack and it just happened! I'm supposed to believe that! You tore her fucking stomach out and nose diverted her guts like a fucking dog by mistake? Feb curled up in a ball as my kicking turned into a sort of frenzied stomping. I probably broke one of her fingers. There was certainly a hole left in the bottom of her shoe by a talon I discovered a couple days later. You're an animal! You're a fucking monster! What? Did you promise to lick her pussy if you could get her up here and murder her? Or was it more of a spur of the moment kind of thing? Like you were making out and decided, huh? I wonder what her fucking liver tastes like! The words were tearing out of me with such force that I thought they might strip the already raw flesh from my esophagus. I was hardly a stranger to yelling, but this felt like something else entirely. It felt otherworldly. My leg was going numb from trampling Feb. But I could only really process it as information. The pain wasn't real pain. And Feb just curled up tighter and tighter, like if she kept on curling, she might vanish from the world entirely. After I heard a sickening crack that might have been one of her ribs, I stopped. They are heaving out of my body in ragged spurts. Feb didn't move. She didn't make a noise. I looked down at the rock, still clutching it in my hand. A couple of my fingernails bent from digging into it. I needed something bigger. I didn't know really exactly what I was thinking back then, but the gist is pretty memorable. February was a monster. She's not human. She just looks like one. I don't know what she is. I never asked. And even if I did, I'm certain she doesn't know either. I don't know if she was born like this or turned into it. At that moment, I cared less than I do now. In the moment, I was really only interested in finding a rock heavy enough that I could crush her skull with it. It was the right thing to do. Not that I was in any state to have high-minded thoughts about it. I tossed the stone I was holding on her. I glanced off her shoulder with a thump. It glanced off her shoulder with a thump. Since I wasn't shouting anymore, I could hear the pathetic whimper that came out of her when it connected. Like I was torturing a pet instead of punishing a murderer. The goddamn nerve of her. Avoiding looking at Jack's remains, I scanned the ground for something heavy. A big hunk of shell met my fingertips. And I heard a rustle behind me. My shoulders tense. I had taken my eyes off of her. Stupid. What came to mind was a wicked image of her revenge. Of her claws slicing ribbons out of the fat and meat under my skin. Of my hollowed out corpse joining Jack's as a display to scare the shit out of whatever hiker happens upon us first. I turned, already raising the slab over my shoulders in a desperate attempt to fight back. But instead of the gleaming rush of a fang and claw that I expected, all I saw was a battered February dragging herself through the churned muck towards the car, like she might find shelter there. An obscene parody of Jack's final moments. She doesn't have a single scrap of shame. She's probably not even capable of it. I walked over to her at a casual pace. She wasn't exactly zipping along. The slab of shell would have been enough to kill her. Probably. No matter how freaky she is, I doubt that she could survive having her brain mashed into the frost. Not that I got a chance to test it. She made it to a patch of light before she realized I was on her again. Knowing there wasn't anything else to do, she rolled over to look at me. Her face was a mess. Eyes were puffy and moist. Fresh tears dragging down whatever was left of her eyeliner. The blood around her mouth was starting to flake off. Fresh stuff dripping from a gash on her temple. She was grimacing with a mixture of fear and pain, holding her bruised arms up as if to protect herself from me. My mouth was dry. She was coughing and sobbing. She did manage to choke out some words between pain gasps. I'm sorry, Dad. I need help. I don't know what's happening, Dad. Please, I don't want to die. Please, don't kill me. Dad, please, I didn't mean to do it. Please, don't kill me. Please help me. I'm scared. I need you. I don't have anyone else. She looked so pathetic in that moment. I couldn't believe it. She almost had me convinced that she was the victim. Stupid. Plucking my heartstrings like she was playing a harp. If an animal kills a human, they don't pat it on the head and tell it it's gonna be okay. They shoot it. Me, her parents, some other drunk girl. The right thing was to finish her off before she killed someone else. If I could manage that, no matter how the cops or her family saw it, I would know I had done something heroic. But I didn't do it. Obviously, because she's still here. I couldn't bring myself to kill her. That's why she's been my problem every moment of every day since. Newly concerned with how much of a racket I'd been making, I lowered the stone slab and dropped it with a dull chunk to what was left of a snowbank. Sorry, I am feeling rather emotional, and the thing that's fucking me up is I actually identify with Feb. And I often see myself as a monster. And I often see myself uncharitably from a purview that I think is probably aligned with the people who I hurt. This actually reminds me of that other visual novel we played, In the Grace of Her Malice. But we didn't have a nun to, well, not anymore, to keep us in line, so we kept ourselves in line. We clipped our claws and our scales. We made ourselves bleed. Well, figuratively. Sometimes not so figuratively. We just, like, we were literally scared to get close to people. When we started streaming, we were like, oh, no, I'll just hurt people. I can't have friends. I can't get close. We didn't even want to have a Discord at first. We certainly didn't want partners. And then when we started being like, I think I'll die if I keep isolating like this, and we start opening up our heart, we were still scared. And whenever we got a certain amount of close to people, it's like, okay, I need to tell you, like, all my warning labels. I am so fucked up. You probably shouldn't trust me, but if you want to keep going ahead with knowing me and being close to me, that's your prerogative. Don't say I didn't warn you. Was really fucked up in the sense of, like, not trusting myself, where it's like seeing myself like an alcoholic being like, I really shouldn't be drinking. Swig, 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 swig. I believed myself to be the exact way that people who very much did not like me and thought me not super great. I don't know if I want to go as far as to say a monster, but yeah. And I definitely have in common with Feb the fucking pitiful defense mechanism. Fawning is my trauma response after all. So, like, yeah. And certainly and got used to having a chip on my shoulder and being told that I was bad. And I couldn't be trusted and imply that it was better for me to be not around too many people because I hurt people or something. I don't want to go too into it, obviously, but wow, it really tears me up. I mean, playing mouthwashing, like Jin mentioned, is interesting because mouthwashing puts you into the murderer's standpoint, but sorry, the abuse. Oh no, he does become a murderer. He murders like everyone, damn near. Obviously, this is a lot different. This is like TF. This is like Elfin Lied right now. Actually, it's so fucked up. And it's like she didn't have control over herself. I think. I don't know. Nam's perspective is quite a thing to crawl yourself out of. I'm so deep in the weeds of this person is not a person. But I recognize those those lines of thought and that dehumanization and that lowering of a person so you cannot have empathy for them. So it's easy for me to get footholds. That's not to say like there aren't like shouldn't be consequences or something. Or at the very least, like if we lived in a perfect world, a better world, or if they lived in a better world, it'd be like, okay, like you have a potential for danger to keep you like in a place where you can't hurt other people, but like you still have rights and like can live a life. I'm thinking of like the end of Vindictive Drive in the good ending where Ferris like turns herself in and it's like, you know, I did a lot of fucked up shit and I know it wasn't right, but like they don't send her to prison, they send her to like a mental a mental hospital, but it's like not an asylum, you know, like apparently the world of Vindictive Drive has pretty good healthcare. You know, I don't know. There's also the anime Psychopaths that we really have fallen into, and they have a society that's really fucked up in a way, because it's like they have scanners that scan your brainwaves, and if you have too high of a quotient of like trauma or dysfunction or irritability and stuff, then you'll be labeled as a potential criminal, a latent criminal, and you'll basically be forcibly institutionalized. But like, even so, like in the isolation cells that they get, like you get like, I mean, I say as if it's a very good, where it's like I'm a hikikomori, so I'm very used to it. It's like you can get all the books or all the video games you want. Like they'll give you all the shit that you want, but you can't be in normal society anymore. And that's not the only fucked up thing about their society. There's a lot to it, but that's the thing that makes me think of. And it's like, that's a dystopic society. And I wish, and a part of me wishes there was something like that for Feb, at least in the sense that, like, something to monitor and understand her to figure out why this happened, maybe. I don't want her to just be stuck forever. Just a place that she can find, that she can be, like, understood. I mean, I guess like a SCP lab, a morally good SCP lab, I guess. I don't know. I'm spinning in the fiction of it and also the metaphor of it, and oh boy. Thank you. My performance hurts, but it is also an interesting exploration, and this text is very powerful. This text is very powerful. Let me drink some more water. Newly concerned with how much of a racket I've been making, I lowered the stone slab and dropped it with a dull crunch into what was left of a snowbank. Feb was still cowering, making this low whine between strained sobs. Can you stand? Her breath was rattling in her chest. Her blurry eyes looked at me in confusion, pleading. A stillness had overtaken me. I was calm, or I felt calm, disassociating or some shit. Stand up. I need help. We can't just leave her like that. Feb stared at me in disbelief. Her mouth was agape, so I could get a good look at the awful pronounced fangs they had grown in. There was a fresh bubble of tears starting to well up from her glassy eyes. She took a breath as if she was about to say something. Close your fucking mouth, I need to think. Feb clamped her lips shut and nodded. The sort of demure, teary, fluttered way she did made me want to kill her again. But I didn't then either. What happened after that was kind of a blur. The fact that there was blood and vomit and shit all over the hard-packed ground of the frozen feet off the path wasn't something we could do anything about. But I reasoned we could at least move the remains. I made Feb handle the body. Figured she'd already handled it enough. A little more couldn't hurt. Under my direction, she moved the car and loaded all the bits of Jack she could find into the driver's seat. I had a hard time actually watching, and Feb cried the whole time. It wasn't elegant. Worse, we had to leave it there for a while. Feb's bag was still down on the beach. I watched her the entire time while she did what she could to scrub herself clean in lake water, her pale naked body seeming to glow, even just from the dim light of a crescent moon. Luckily, she had spare clothes. Baggy goth shit that she could hide her whole body in, besides the holes she put in her head. Once she was done, we went back to the car. No one had found it. I would have burned the gloves if we had time. Instead, we put them in the back seat with her dress. I had her way down the pedal and let it drive off the overlook, taking all the evidence we could think of it with it. Headlights arced through the empty air. The shape they traced as the car flipped forward was steered into my retinas. I could still draw it for you. Like some kind of sigil. I was worried the metal railings might stop, and they weren't super well maintained. But they weren't super well maintained. It made an awful noise, though. If my screaming hadn't woken anyone in the area, this would. We took off running, ducked into the woods. That frames the road back home. It's not like we could have taken Jack's car back without her to drive it, especially not dripping with whatever fluids Feb painted all over the front seat. I don't know if there's a better way to handle things. A smarter way, probably. But I guess it didn't matter. Even after they found her, we didn't even get more than a few questions from a sweaty cop. Would you believe they ruled it a suicide? I mean, I don't particularly want to go to jail as an accessory to murder. It's accessory to crimes against humanity. But I was pissed off that they didn't look harder. Cops didn't care at all. It turned into bad press for people who own property on the lake. And it turned into a ghost story. And nothing ever came of either. Jack's parents were distraught, but didn't fucking know what to do about it. Who would? I never managed to look either of them in the eye again. Not at the funeral, and not when they came to see me off before I left town with my meager possessions packed in the bag of Feb's car 3 years later. Anyway, it was dark. We had the one flashlight left. Jack's. I had her wallet in my pocket. Feb probably still had her phone. Mementos. It was a long walk home. I'm freezing. Should have done this 10 years ago. My jacket is thin. I'm not dressed to spend a long time outside. I don't know where Samantha lives. Shit, I don't know where Feb lives. It feels stupid now to have insisted all these years that we keep our lives so separate. I can't believe I really ever considered she might take someone home. I guess after so many years without anything happening, I got complacent. Stupid. Anyway, since I didn't know where either of them live, I had to follow them to the restaurant and wait for their whole date to play out, loitering across the street from the place, making it look like I was doing bullshit on my phone anytime somebody walked by. Shivering, ignoring my chattering teeth, keeping my eyes peeled. 2 hours later, they walk out all smiley and giggly, and Feb is hanging off Samantha like a remora on a shark's belly. Except, of course, Feb is a real shark here. I can't ever forget. I've seen her teeth come in. My shoes scuff against the sidewalk. I keep my pace a block behind them, maybe more. I'm so paranoid that they're gonna turn around and notice me following. But of course they don't. They're so consumed by each other. Don't think about Jack. What else am I supposed to think about? Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Focus. I'm standing outside the door. Whichever one of them lives here has made it easy for me. She's on the first floor of the building, and it looks like all the apartments have entrances from the street with little walk-ups. I saw exactly where they disappeared into. And here I am. I'm so cold I could barely feel my fingertips. I'm still kind of drunk, and the nausea is sloshing around the base of my throat unpleasantly. My heart is beating so hard it feels like my ribs are gonna break from the inside. I have the scissors in my belt. My knuckles find the door. None of Feb's cutesy bullshit. Loud, clear raps. Nothing happens for a minute, and frankly, I'm ready to start pounding my fist when the door opens. Hey, look, pal, it's Wait. Renia? No time to waste. I shove the door open forcefully with my shoulder and walk past Samantha in the small living room. I scan quickly. No Feb. There's a kitchen off to my left and a couple of closed doors on the other end of the room, presumably leading to a bedroom and maybe a bathroom or something. She must be behind one of them. I don't look at Samantha when I speak. I need to be ready. Where is she? What the fuck are you doing here? She's going to kill you, Samantha. It's weird how calm I sound. I don't feel calm. I feel like I'm going to throw up. Renia, you're wasted. You need to leave. Look, I can get you an Uber if... A door opens. Feb walks out. Our eyes meet. Hers widen. I rush her. I didn't know I could move so fast. But in a heartbeat, I crossed the room and grabbed her by the strap of her dress. My nails scrape the skin underneath when I do it. I shove her hard against the wall and there's a cracking sound. I know it comes from her back. I can't believe you, Jack. Jack wasn't enough, huh? I don't know. I didn't... Shut up. I slam her against the wall again. She starts blubbering. Expected. Samantha is shouting now too, but there's a distant sound. Somewhere else. Inside the bubble that is me and Feb. Oh my god, this isn't gonna work. Nan, I swear, we weren't gonna do anything. I swear, I've been good. I would have never hurt anybody, Nan. You would never hurt anybody? Are you fucking kidding me? My free hand grabs her by the face, squishing her cheeks. Her eyes water and her nose is dripping. Wretched thing. Were you just gonna fuck her then, Feb? That's all? You really were just gonna have that kind controlling you? You weren't gonna take her from me, too? Feb's eyes flash confusion. I release her face, and my hand goes for the scissors. I should have done this 10 years ago. Nan, you can't say... I try to plunge the scissors into her neck, but I miss. Swing too low. Instead, they sink in just over her collarbone. Blood spurts over my hand, and Feb howls. It's unexpectedly. I feel her hands at my sides as she starts to fight back. We wrestle like that for a few moments, scrabbling together. She's tiny, but when she stomps on my foot with her sharp boot heel, throws me off balance enough for her to topple over me onto my back. Then Feb straddling me, mostly trying to stop me from stabbing her again. I'm struggling as best I can, but she has a pretty firm grip on my wrist. Her other hand is pushing my face into the floor. Should have done this 2 years ago. Should have killed me. I bite at her fingers. When they get too close to my mouth, her hand slides down my cheek and my jaw and settles at my cheek. Yeah, Nan, maybe you should have. Maybe. But you didn't. That's your fault. So I'm still here, Nan. The pressure on my neck isn't quite strangling. She's pressing down more than gripping. But she's pressing down hard. I'm seeing spots. I have to hold on to the scissors. I'm not a thing, Non! I'm not a fucking animal! I don't belong to you! I try to say something back to her, but it comes out as a hoarse, grasping squawk. You can't have it both ways! I can't fucking live like this! I don't want to be as miserable as you! And what I initially think must be some act of hubris, Feb releases my wrist. But then both her hands wrap around my neck, and I realize I might really be fucked. I'm already seeing stars. There's a growing gray splotch in the center of my vision. I don't know how much fight I have left in me. Feb, though. I see what's happening to her. Her pupils are blown out. Too huge. Impossibly huge. I feel her thumbs digging into my neck. The talons could have regrown in the last week or in the last 2 minutes. Maybe they came out just now. Because she needed them. It doesn't matter. They're piercing my skin. Feb's breathing is getting faster and heavier. Her face inches closer to mine. I'm so fucking scared. I knew this was gonna happen sooner or later. Her mouth falls open. Thick strands of saliva hang from her jaw. A needy sort of drool. I'm gonna pass out. I smell the wine on her breath. Red. And then... hands grab Feb's shoulders from behind. Samantha. I try to shout, but it comes out as a hoarse whisper. Feb's head snaps to Samantha like she's never seen her before. Inhuman. She throws me against the door, and I slump there, dazed, catching my breath and coming back to full consciousness. When I do, I wish I hadn't. February is crouched over Samantha, just like how she must have been crouched over me a minute ago. Samantha is kicking, fighting. She's trying to talk to Feb like Feb will hear her, because she doesn't know what's going on. One of her arms slips free of Feb's grasp and goes to push at Feb's face, but Feb leans into it. I know she's gonna bite Samantha's fingers off before it happens. I don't know how I know. I've never seen Feb like this before. But she's exactly the way I always imagined. It's less of a crunching sound and more of a pop. She swallows without chewing. Samantha doesn't scream. I don't know how. I'd be shrieking, I think. Instead, she makes this long, low, pained moan. It feels worse somehow. More honest. Like a scream is what you do to perform the social indicators of fear or pain. Samantha is making a truly animal noise. That moment, when I realize I'm the only human person left in the room, that's when I know it's over. I failed. She's feeding. Samantha doesn't seem to realize it, though. She's bucking her hips, trying to throw Feb off her. I can tell Feb's getting irritated with it. I should do something. I can't move. I can't breathe. Feb tears out her throat. Just like that. It barely makes a sound at all. The blood sprays all over Feb's face and she recoils a bit. But then she just sits there, chewing Samantha's esophagus like it's a tough piece of meat while the woman she just murdered dies underneath her. Samantha kicks a couple more times. Reflectively, maybe. Her head lolls to the side, even though she's looking right at me. I don't know if she can see anything anymore. Blood pours out of the gaping hole in the back of her neck like a river. There's an errant spurt every few seconds, getting weaker. Must be her artery, dying down with her pulse. Feb doesn't wait for her to die all the way. Instead, she picks up Samantha's hand and presses her mouth to the wound where her fingers used to be, slurping up the blood and gnawing further up the hand. Skin comes off easily, caught on Feb's fangs. Red meat goes with it. I'm reminded hideously of the flat of the chicken wing being taken apart. Feb moves on once she realizes she's not getting as much meat as she could be, or at least, that's what I think is happening. Samantha's arm makes proper noises when Feb tears into it. A thick squelching crunch right through the bone. With how easily Feb bites cleanly through the entire forearm, I want to compare it to a wax figure or something. But a wax figure wouldn't leak as much. Wouldn't be so squishy. I wouldn't be able to smell it from here. I suddenly realize I can smell it though. Blood. That coppery tang's hang in the air. It's all over Feb's face. Her front, her hands. I'm not sure if that stuff alone is what makes my stomach flip, or the fact that I've seen all of this on Feb before. It's so much easier to picture what she did to Jack now that I've gotten a live demonstration. Huh. Look at me, thinking about another woman while Samantha's being torn apart right in front of me. I'm such a bitch. Useless piece of shit, Rhiannon. This is why it keeps happening. Regardless, I'm finally able to move enough to lean over and puke all over the floor to my left. It burns badly coming up. All liquid, all whiskey. Gets on my leg. Feb doesn't even notice. She's got her fangs around Samantha's collarbone and she's yanking her head and back and forth trying to pull something loose to eat. Samantha's gone by now. I can tell because her whole torso wobbles and flops around with Feb's harsh treatment. Her head rolls around. It keeps settling on its side to stare at me though. I don't try to look away. I have it coming. I'm responsible this time. Some detached part of me thinks it's interesting that Feb didn't tear Samantha's chest open like she did Jack's. Like, what's up with that? A heart isn't as easy a thing to get to? She had to really work for it last time. And Jack's intestines were barely touched even though they had been torn out and everything. So why is she sticking to Samantha's muscle tissue? I'm feeling calmer now. That's probably bad. Maybe I'm in shock. Do people who are in shock know they're in shock? Feb's eating her face. She just tore out Samantha's cheek and she's chewing contently. One of her hands is resting on Samantha's head. Almost, but not quite. Like she's holding it. The other is braced against the ground. I read somewhere once that the cheek is the most tender and succulent meat of the human body. I wonder if that's true, even if you don't cook it. There's something hypnotic about this whole thing. I know she knows I'm here, but I don't feel like I'm in danger anymore. Feb has had her meal. She has had more food than she could possibly eat. If I just sit here, and God, I don't know if I could move even if I wanted to. She won't do anything to me. And this is my fault. It is. Because I didn't pay enough attention to her. I let her wander around too much. I let her think she was something I could limit my... I let myself think she was something I could limit my exposure to. Feathers have sprouted all up her back, bigger and fuller than I've ever seen them. They flex and flare when she bends or leans. God, when she swallows, her whole throat has to flex to get the volume of the meat to go down. Feb bites off Samantha's nose and it goes with the ugliest styrofoam friction noise I've ever heard. She doesn't chew that either. Then she looks at me, and whatever bizarre reverie consumed the room in the minute or hour or year since Samantha died is shattered. Because I can tell immediately the Feb is coming back to me. Her eyes focus on me, slowly. Her nose scrunches as she registers the smell. And probably taste. She looks down at Samantha's half-eaten face. Even from where I'm sitting, I can see skull. Feb's chest starts heaving, and very quickly blossoms to full-on hyperventilating. A high keening sound starts falling out of her mouth. She falls forward, barely catching herself with her hands. Coughs. Samantha's nose tumbles out of her mouth in a puddle of blood and bile. Feb rolls off Samantha onto her side, so her back is to the corpse. She begins to cry. I'll watch her do this for a few minutes. She really is a pathetic thing. Just like me, I guess. Our eyes meet. None, please, none. I don't have it in me to respond, but I do have it in me to stand finally. Feb watches, frightened. I don't know what happened to my scissors. That's fine, I won't need them this time. Feb begins to shiver and shake on the ground. She wants me to say something, to make her feel better. But I won't. Slowly I cross the room. That was amazing. I'm gonna be real, I don't think she kills her. And you know what part of the text makes me think it the most? When Feb is coming back to control. And Nam says, and Feb is coming back to me. I don't know if I fully want to say that she's recognizing some amount of humanity, but she certainly recognizes the distinction between whatever did that and Feb. And also that sentence, she's a pathetic thing, just like me. They are both cowards after all. Well, that was upsetting. Can we play poker 2 now? Thanks to Sarah for letting me fully link into this thing in the last week especially, and for playing it even though it's like that. Thank you for putting up with every time I go jam mode. Thank you for the Guillermo artworks book, specifically the Swift Maiden cat ear. Oh, these are thanks for these specific people. I didn't read the Finfots. Thank you for Ruru Chan for supporting me. Several backgrounds were made for this production. Reference photos from a pillar without a place without bodies. Photo pack. Studio Pets. Thank you for playing. Hope you had fun. If you didn't, I don't care, and I don't want to hear about it. Sometimes you know. Sometimes you know. I lay in bed and wonder what I would find if I cut February open. When I was a kid, sometimes I'd have to hang out at the hospital waiting for Mom. It was boring, but we got along back then, so I didn't hate it. I even went along when she showed me something she thought I might find exciting. Like the time they decommissioned the old surgical wing. They got a donation to build a whole new building a while back. State of the art in 2002. The old wing was going to be converted into patient rooms. Just before they started cleaning for the remodel, Mom gave me a tour. I never had surgery, never broken a bone, but I can picture that room perfectly. A big window, elevated, seats, so people can get a good look. Few students, I guess. For students, I guess. Built before you could just point cameras at everything. That's what I see. An old-fashioned operating theater. Sometimes I'm in the audience. Sometimes I'm holding the scalpel. Either way, I never look away from February. In my fantasy, she's always strapped down, and she's always struggling. She doesn't have the slightest opportunity to escape, to hurt me. Even if I'm not behind glass, her talons are clipped down to the second knuckle. The Colorado stumps wiggle like headless eels. There's a bit in her mouth, so she can't scream or bite. On the table underneath me, she's already naked except for the straps that bite into her figure. Feb's not heavy, but she is soft. When I'm watching, the divots where pale flesh bulges just a little bit around against the black nylon catches my eye. When I'm in the room, I have more important things to look at. I'm asking questions for the sake of asking questions. The answers don't matter, but sometimes you want to ask anyway. If I jammed a cautery pin into the hole under her fangs, would they stop growing back? Or would I have to remove part of the jaw? How many vertebrae in her spine? And her brain is her brain the same size and the same shape as a human's? What would her organs look like lined up next to Jack's? If I cut through her femur, would the sound of song echo through the hollow space inside the bone? Are her insides mostly familiar? Or would there be a different kind of creature underneath a thin layer of human meat? How much cutting until she can't make it anymore? Is blood loss still fatal? Would she die like normal, or would something else happen? Sometimes I'm only watching, but other times I imagine slithering my hand into the cavity, feeling the muscle fibers of her stomach tense and contract from the inside, pressing my thumb and forefinger against the outer skin and interlayered in the fat by the edge of the hole in her belly, measuring the thickness by feel, stroking the internal edges of her ribcage, exploring her slick insides while she watches. Feb never stops crying. Drool leaks out from the corners of her mouth around the gag. Sweat mats her hair, face contorted from something like pain. I look at her up close, right into her eyes, into the black void that opens up when her pupils dilate all the way. And then I keep going. And that's probably the real core of the fantasy. The idea that Feb could cry and weep and kick her little feet and look up at me pleading and sway her breasts, quivering her hips, and I wouldn't feel the slightest shred of sympathy. That I could finally break free of whatever lingering part of me that still considers her a person. That I could get whatever it is that I actually want out of her, and then dump the rest into a medical waste disposal bin. Call it a morbid fascination. My little living autopsy daydream. I'd be worried if I was actually the kind of person to do shit like that. If I was like February. But thinking and doing are different things. That's what separates me from her. She's a tense bundle of predatory instincts swaddled under the natural cowardice of a brood parasite. She can't stop herself. She just acts. Me, I've got self-control. Logic. I get angry, but that's different. We're different. I'm justified. If it came down to it and I killed her, it would be a public good. Anyway, I've had a lot of time to think about this stuff. Back then, when we were walking home from the lake with the blistering feet, squinting through the first rays of light breaking through the trees, I didn't have everything so clearly sorted out. Are you fucking kidding me? It's not over, chat. It's not over. It's like, this is the best after credit scene ever. I thought you get a whole new chapter as the what the fuck though? Insane. My feet hurt so much. Walking sucks. I never want to walk again. Oh my god. She's such a cute murderer, though. Feb's hoarse whine carried past my ear on the crisp morning breeze. For the first hour or so, she kept her mouth shut, sniffling in the dark behind me. After that, she slowly started filling the silence, not worried about what happened. Just trivial stuff. Complaining. Commiserating with the dead air between us. Being adaptable is a strength of hers, I guess. No use dwelling on the past. Her brain probably doesn't have the capacity for it. While we walked, I thought about turning her in, calling the cops the second I got to a landline. Even if it seems unbelievable, all they would need is to look at her hands to know something was wrong with her. Everything else will follow from there. Something about it didn't feel right, though. Like the moment it passed. Still, the body would be discovered. They'd dredge up the car. There would be investigations. Questions would be asked. Even if I did nothing, the truth would come out. It wasn't my job to punish her. But it wasn't my job to protect her. Dad's gonna way overreact if he sees me like this. What time is it? Maybe I can sneak in and take a shower before he wakes up? Oh. Dad's gonna way overreact if he sees me like this. What time is it? Maybe I can sneak in and take a shower before he wakes up? No, that's stupid. It's gonna be like almost 7. I don't know what to do. I could tell she was fishing. My mom would be at work by the time we got back. She wanted to use my shower. But she couldn't just say it. She hardly ever asks directly when she wants something. Always implying, I'm trying to get better at not always implying when I want something. But sometimes when I want attention, I just stream, you know? Epilogue. That's a whole nother game. She couldn't just say it. She hardly ever asks directly when she wants something. Always implying. Walking up to the line and blinking innocently. No more of that shit. I swore it to myself then. This would have been the last thing I'd ever do for February. So I didn't say anything. I just walked. Feb's voice buzzing around me. I tried to keep that promise to myself. I tried not to think about it. I tried not to relive the whole thing. Not to see it over and over and over. The sound of wet flesh dragged over dirt echoing in my skull. The clinging scent of meat. The sensation of my boots sinking into Feb's soft stomach. Headlights carving a sigil into my vision. But I failed. I failed at everything I've ever set out to do. Ever since that night, I've just been trudging along in the cold, with Feb in my shadow. Use my shower, no one's gonna be home. Really? You're literally a lifesaver, Nan. Yeah, well. Yeah. Well. Feb doesn't react as I spray her down, even though the water is ice cold. She just sits there in the tub, clutching her legs to her chest, and takes it. Oh shit! They bled into the other... One bled into the... Wow. No, we got an epilogue, yo. Her feathers protrude almost proudly from her back. They grew out a lot during her episode, but they're still not entirely ready to be preened. So they just shoot out of her. They just shoot out of her at attention. Water runs between them, making faint traces of blood with it. I already got most of them off of her front. This is just runoff from her shoulders and hair. The plumage exploding from the feathers is weighed down by moisture. It runs down the shafts and then catches in the soft white barbs. It drips into her back and flows away with the rest of it. I'll take you back to my place and we can pluck you. With the feathers that long, it'll be hard to sit and lay down. We have to deal with a jacket until then, though. I didn't really expect her to respond or even to hear me. I'm kind of just organizing my thoughts out loud. It's almost a grounding exercise. What can I taste? Vomit. What can I smell? Blood. Still. Probably psychosomatic. What can I feel? The shower head in my hand, cold and humming gently. What can I hear? The jet spray of the water shooting out of it. What can I see? Feb, her slouch, her limp hair, her feathers, her skin reddening where the frigid water batters it. All of her. Okay. Her voice. Oh, okay. Okay. Her voice is small. I barely notice her say anything at all over the noise of the water hitting her back. I shut the water off. It's suddenly very quiet. The only sound in the room is the dripping of the faucet, and it sounds like thunder. I walk past Feb and lean down to trip the shower diverter. A little bit of water rushes out of the faucet all at once, solving the dripping problem, but the puddle it makes extends out to douse Deb's feet and ass. She doesn't react to it. She doesn't react or even look at me when I try to hand her a towel either. Just holds herself and stares at nothing. I drape the towel over her and then sit down myself, back against the wall of the tub. We stay like that for a long time. I'm not ready to move, and she's... well... I don't know what she's thinking anymore. It's getting late. I lean my head back and close my eyes. I think you should move in with me. I pause. Something like a sigh escapes me. It will make things easier for the both of us. Silence. That's fine. It's been a long night. It's gonna get longer. Then quietly. Okay. Okay. I push myself to my feet and offer Feb my hand. Wow, I didn't know eating the face of the girl my toxic queer platonic partner who preens my feathers would lead to me moving in with her. Maybe I should have ate a face like 5 years ago, you know? Wow. Wow. That was, I'm a fucking freak. I love that shit. That was fucking awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna draw so much fan art of this fucking thing. I mean, obviously, I'm horrified, right? I'm horrified, but I also feel funny, you know? I feel really funny, and this is about to feed my creativity. You're about to see, I'm about to, you don't understand. I'm so messed up, y'all. The best way to deal with your situationship. And it's like, it'll probably escalate in intimacy considering Nam fucking fantasizes about strapping her down naked. And it's like, I would love to imagine wrestling through her guts and her flapping around naked and it not affecting me at all. Which is funny, her imagining it while helping her clean up in the tub. It's super funny. Lesbians be like, am I right, chat? What a game! Yep. Is it really only 1 a.m. for me? Wow, it's only 1 a.m. for me, chat. I'm really surprised. I am gonna try to get some Balatro, but we need to take another break. I'm sorry. We're almost at 4 hours of playing this. Whew, I'm glad I didn't do what I've done or we've done so much, where it's like, oh, I'm feeling tired, chat. I'm just gonna end stream, and it's like I pushed through it, and I was rewarded with emotions and sounds. I don't know if did that game have any music in it, or is it just it has so much sound foley though, so many crunching sounds. I think I might be more enthusiastically into Guro now. This has pushed my Guro boner like so harder. Guro is cool. "2025 is the year of Guro." Guro with a healing factor is also great. Don't worry, you'll see that from us, from something we do as well too. Ugh. I can't wait to be degenerate and filthy. Yeah, it was disturbing in a good way. I'm glad other people dug it. Though I'm sure that it is quite unsettling, and it definitely dug emotions out of me. Like, I am at the intersection of I am horrified and it makes me feel really bad, but also feel really certain other emotions. I like the dialectics of it, where it's like, it's horrible, but also, like, imagine, okay, so even though the love is abusive, right? Like, on Nam's end, like, Nam is definitely, like, really not great, right? In a lot of ways. But, like, from the pitiful perspective of someone who thinks that they're a horrible person who can only hurt others and has in certain ways proven it, right? Blood on hands. There's a certain sort of sick codependent love that is so heartwarming in a way, because it's like, babe, would you love me even if I ate the face of everyone you loved? Hey babe, would you help me hide the body of the girl that you wanted to date that I killed? Hey babe, would you wash the blood off of the girl you... Would you wash the blood of the girl you love off of my body after I cough up her nose? Hey, would you still love me if I had to live with you because you needed to make sure I didn't kill anyone anymore? Like, that's some fucking unconditional love. And it's not bound by some, like, blood pact by, like, oh, yeah, we're of the same family, so we automatically have to be loyal to each other. That's the most fucked up, toxic found family shit, and I am very traumatized, and I am traumatized in that way. And, I mean, I don't eat people. But, I mean, like, I relate to the feeling of, I'm a terrible person. Oh my god, this person loves me regardless. Them kicking me in the ribs is apropos of nothing. Like, there's the least I can allow them to do is kick me in the ribs. I eerily remember. I vaguely remember an eerie chime at the face eating bit. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. There was some music. There was some music. I was just so in it that I was just you know. Train crash romances are fun. They sure are. Damn. This is definitely like a pin on my lapel, just like Heatwave. Christ. This is amazing. Touched by an angel. Damn, I can't wait to draw this bitch. It's gonna be great. Anyway, pin feathers. Sorry, pin feather. Play it today. Eat a face. Alright, I definitely need to take a break, and I think, yeah, wow, this diaper is super huge. I think I might need a change too, especially because it's so hot. It's like what's the word? I don't want to get a rash. Ugh. We'll come back and I'll play some Balatro. Don't worry, we'll do a cooldown. It's been kind of a mess. I'm double traumatized. So traumatized. Sorry if it takes me a bit, but I will be back. Hydro pump head ass. Bully. Pinfeather is a great name for it, right? I can't wait to poke outside and like breathe not super humid air. As soon as I change the stream category, honestly, depending on how I feel, I might not go right to sleep after I end stream tonight because I really want to draw. I really want to draw. I really want to draw. But it's something that I know I can't draw on screen, on stream. It's way too explicit. Anyway, see you when I get back.
was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me before I even knew her name. La la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Sapphire moonlight, we danced for hours in the sand, tequila sunrise. Her body fit right in my hands, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. I like it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me senorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave ya. It's true, la la la. Ooh, I should be running home. You keep me coming for ya.
can be so hollow and the wall can get direct. You might become an exile, no grip of respect. There'll never be a girl like me and they'll still want more. Hypocrites in the hers, I can do better than the nurse. It can be so hollow and the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the hers, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become another exile, yet you grind for the respect. They'll never like a girl like me, and they still want more. Better than the better than the better. They can do better. Hypocrites in the herds, they can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, they can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, they can do better than the nerds. I can do better. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. In a world of darkened flames, burning bright, and I wanna live inside my memories. Oh, I can't. It only as I once thought you can. And I living every single day as if it were my own. And I'm looking forward to it all. Science. I'm hoping for my only cure to be open arms, wide open, wide open, wide open, oh, wide open.
Miami. The air was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me. Before I even knew her name, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Sapphire moonlight, we danced for hours in the sand, tequila sunrise. Her body fit right in my hands, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. I like it when you call me senorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you know I love it when you call me senorita. I wish it wasn't so damn hard to leave ya. It's true, la la la. Ooh, I should be running home. You keep me coming for ya.
can be so hollow when the wall can get direct. You might become an exile, no grip of respect. There'll never be a girl like me and they'll still want more. Hypocrites in the hers, I can do better than the nurse. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become another exile, yet you grind for the respect. Never like a girl like me, and they still want more. Better than the better. They can do better. Hypocrites in the herds, they can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, they can do better than the nerds. Hypocrites in the herds, they can do better than the nerds. I can do better. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds. It can be so hollow when the world can get direct. You become an exile and you still want more respect. Never grow like me, but they want more and more direct. Hypocrites in the herds, I can do better than these nerds.
Took me a while, but here I am. Let's see here. I'm gonna play Balatro. I hope you can play Balatro with controller. No. I don't think I can switch it. Fucked up. And it's not on sale either. I had it through Family Share, but the person in my family is playing it right now, so I guess I'll play something else. You really can't play Baltro with controller. It says supports well with DualSense controller. It does have full controller support, but if you say so. Well, Balatro's out. Well, since I can't play Balatro, why not take a stab at UFO 50? This was actually on my secret list of games that I might play tonight. Not that I chose a specific game. We've only played one game from this thingy so far. But it was a pretty good time. I'm nice and toasty and squishy. Like, this is gonna be a really good time, I think. Play forever. Stream save. So, Fantasia did Rail Heist, and she had a really good time. I did not mean to pick that, but I guess that's what we're going for. Ping golf. Oh? Not what I expected. These are golfers. Buzz, Custard, Malarius, Red, and Albert. I want to try Buzz. They're in the center after all. Golf! Welcome! Let's go! Oh. Alright. Glove. Ah. Close. Ugh. Goal! Tis golf. You can press to make the ball spike. I did pretty bad on that one. Oh, it's a trampoline. A par 3. Get a little bit better. Oh boy. Oh. Oh, that's just sand. I thought it was lava. Oh! Didn't know that was the thing. Well. Alrighty. Nice! Good spike! That one was so bad. 2 steps back. Close. I mean, I finally got it. Whew. I'm at the bottom. Oh shit, that was a lot fewer turns. Bouncing back. Still at the bottom. Hole in one! Eat my shorts. What? Alright. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. 100,000 pounds sitting on your back. Baby got back. Still can't get out of last place. Damn. Oh. It's like mini golf. Hey, Issy. I'm having a good night. chicken. Dunk. Nice. There we go. Journey's End. Final results. I suck. Game over. Let's try red. A par. Oh wait, did I still get it even though it bounced out? Par. Four years of fluff bites? Oh my god, thank you. Thank you for continuing to support us. I'm going down. Oh, aw. Oh, what up? Motherfucker. Ooh. That was my worst hole by far. I deserve to be in last place. Bouncing back. Oh. Hole in one. Again. Same level. Ah, Happy Gilmore. God. Don't you want to go into your home ball? You'll go to sleep or I'll put you to sleep. Dunk! Golf with dunking. Goal. That's your home. Are you too good for your home ball? Nice. Oh. No, 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 no. Go. Ah. What? That one was harder than I remember. Wow. I suck so good. Custard. Ugh. Oof. Par. Yeah! Oh. Under par. No holo one for me. Oh. Meh. Journey's End. game is hard. But I am also sleepy. Oh, aim behind you and ricochet ahead? Oh. I'll have to try that another time. I am falling, I am fading. I haven't gotten the championship, so I guess I don't count as having beaten it. Which makes sense. No, yeah, the games are hard. I'm starting to figure that out. I feel like my eyes are glued shut, so I think I'm going to raid. Okay, Hano is live. I think I'll raid Hano. Thank you for playing golf with me. So we have about a minute. The rate messages in Twitch chat if you want it. Your life will be filled with happiness and sadness. Yeah. Thank you all for being here. Really appreciate you. Please take care of yourselves. Be safe this weekend. And as it gets warmer, stay hydrated, I guess. I wanted to go for longer, but it has been a long week. And we did do a lot of stuff, to be fair. I did drawing good. Time for sleeps. Thank you all. 10 hours. Not the longest stream, but not the shortest either. Alright, thank you. Also, YouTube chat. Appreciate you. Have a good night.